Good afternoon. It's 1:36. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. Today is October the 27th, 2020. We are in work session this afternoon. Before we get to our agenda, I'd like to turn the podium or the microphone over to the city manager to make a couple weather-related comments. Mr. Atkinson?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate the opportunity. Just want to speak really briefly. First, I think it's very important. I want to truly thank all of the drivers, all of the public that have been out and about in Lubbock today. I want to show a little bit of appreciation for our school districts. They all three made, the three large districts made a difficult choice to close today. And really, city staff. We had a large number of city staff that has been actively involved on this morning's event since actually 4 o'clock yesterday. But I think I can sum it up really simply. Same time period yesterday, we had 132 wrecks. 132 wrecks. To this point today, we've had 10. We've had 10. So why did that happen? Certainly there was a lot of prep work by city staff, but it's the public. Stay slow, stay safe. We do fully expect that we'll be doing this again tomorrow. So tomorrow morning is going to be equally as rough, possibly worse. So let's keep doing what we're doing and let's keep our streets safe. But reducing from 132 to 10 basically overnight, I think speaks pretty well of how the community has responded. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Appreciate that update, and we echo your comments. Okay, we have 3 items in work session. We'll start with an update from our planning department. We've got several things we'll hear there. Following that, we will get a sort of a lesson, maybe just some background on the Gateway Streets Fund, with the idea being that we'll help set the table for our planning meeting in November. And finally, we have some staff recognition, some very special staff recognitions. Okay? So, Council, if there's nothing else from you guys, we will begin. And item 1.1 is an update from the Planning Department. So I will call on our Director of Planning, Mr. Brian Isom. Mr. Isom.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Director of Planning. I'm here to give an update on the status of the Planning Department and some updates to our development process, as well as some updates to our Development Services website. So to begin, in fiscal 2018 to 2019, the Planning Department had 7 full-time employees. Last fiscal year, this grew by 3 with the addition of 2 new planner positions and 1 new development technician. This fiscal year, we added the neighborhood planner. As you can see, we're completely staffed except for that position. We begin our first round of interviews this week. But I wanted to take this opportunity. We have some new folks in our department to kind of introduce everybody. They're sitting back over here. I think everybody probably knows Kristen Sager, our planning manager. Next to her, we have Swati Rastogi. She's one of our planners. Our newest planner is Aaron Calloway and Dana Birdall, and then Jacob Hawkins. Behind them, we have Jordan Johnson. He's been here about a year, or 10 months. It'll be a year in December. Next to him is Kathy Flood, one of our management assistants, as well as Maria Villagrana. Not with us today is Ashley Vasquez. She's our development technician.
Why don't we have them all stand up so we can recognize you guys? Yeah. We're glad you're here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
We're excited to be fully staffed again.
It's good news. Please continue, Brian. Thank you.
So typically, the planning department has focused on development planning. That's kind of the boots to the ground effort of the planning department. That's looking at zoning, subdivision plating, variances, and special exceptions. Yes,
Brian, I'm going to interrupt you for one moment. I failed to mention that the Mayor Pro Tem is joining us via, you could see his picture a moment ago. He's joining us remotely today via Zoom, and we do have all members here. I failed to mention that before we got started. Please continue, Mr. Isom.
And lastly, permit review. This is looking at building permits, sign permits, et cetera. With the addition of the neighborhood planner, we're going to be very excited to start something new here in Lubbock, which we would consider comprehensive or strategic planning. The first two parts of that are what are going to start pretty soon, which is the neighborhood planning efforts and our neighborhood planner acting as the neighborhood liaison with some additional items such as small area action planning and corridor studies to happen in the near future, hopefully. With that being said, that's a kind of a brief update, but do y'all have any questions about what's going on in the planning department?
Any questions for Mr. Isom? Mr. Christian?
Tell me what small area action plans are.
They're very similar to neighborhood planning, but it's more looking at, well, just smaller areas. Neighborhoods would focus on a larger, like Dunbar neighborhood. This might focus on like a small commercial area, looking at how that might change, rather than a corridor study would follow typically like 34th Street. So they just do different things in smaller areas. Some are more commercial driven, some would be more corridor driven, and the others are more about the residential neighborhoods.
Other questions for Mr. Isom? Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Isom, again, more definition, neighborhood planning. What's the scope of that?
It's
It's probably pretty broad.
pretty broad right now.
But can we kind of narrow it down a little bit? Maybe just 2 or 3 topics, maybe.
The bigger things that we would look at is going into a neighborhood and finding out what their wants and needs are, and then creating kind of a strategy for implementation. If they're looking at sidewalks or some improvements in their neighborhood, we identify those wants and needs and then try to find out where we can get funding to make those things happen.
Okay, when you talk about the needs of the neighborhood, how is that going to be determined? What's the steps to get to that point?
Through the citizens themselves. We go out and we try to do as much neighborhood engagement as we can. Typically, you would create kind of a neighborhood group within the group that kind of tries to get everybody else involved and can help answer questions for us when we're reaching out to the neighborhood, because you're not always going to get 100% involvement from every citizen there. We're going to try to get the most that we can. And then, they'll start to identify the things that they're looking at, whether it's reevaluating zoning in the area, looking at anything that we can do with community development to help some of the citizens in the area. I think right now it's very broad because we haven't really identified anything, so kind of the sky's the limit on what we're looking at.
I like the direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chavez. Okay, please continue, Mr. Isom.
Sure. So the second portion we wanted to talk about today is the development process itself. The development process in Lubbock generally consists of about 10 different procedures or permits. Some of these can run concurrently, such as zoning and plating. That's typically done simultaneously. But others, such as the building permit review and construction of the project itself, have to happen separately. What I would like to illustrate during this presentation is the amount of effort that goes into each one of these processes and the many different departments that are involved. I'll mention that not every development will need each and every one of these steps, but for illustrative purposes, I kind of want to show everything that we do on a daily basis. The first process that happens, it's not necessarily required, but we do recommend it for most major projects, is called a pre-development meeting. This is a meeting in which we can start to introduce ourselves to the development community. We have a lot of local firms that know us very well, but we have a lot of developers that can come in from out of town, so it helps us introduce them to our process. They're not required, like I said, but we do highly recommend them for new construction of commercial and multifamily, any type of building expansion, new residential subdivision, developments that require public improvements, developments needing to request different zoning or variances, and or development in our ETJ. This process has seen some changes in the last few months in that it's gone almost completely virtual using Zoom. And we've seen some really good feedback from the development community, especially people that might have to travel otherwise, that this is working very well. As well as we've tried to improve our process by requesting kind of a list of questions and expectations from our development community to be able to better answer those questions at the meeting rather than having to follow up within the next week. We find it's better to, what I would say, put the ball back in their court instead of holding on to it for a few days. The second step would be considering or beginning the entitlement process. So this is making sure that someone gets the appropriate zoning on site. They would typically submit the application to the planning department to change their zoning. But we would look at, along with the planning department, there are 4 other departments that can typically look at this request. However, I think if you've seen, depending on the type of request or some of the questions from council, we will reach out to other departments such as the police department, fire department, or code enforcement if other questions come up during our process. The third step is subdivision platting. Platting is the process by which land is subdivided or divided into different lots and blocks or tracts. In order to obtain a building permit in Lubbock, your lot must be platted. This is a list of the typical reviewers of the subdivision plats on the right. In some instances, one department may have multiple reviews. For example, the development engineering department looks at stormwater, street engineering, pro rata fees, and right-of-way, and these require multiple different reviewers during that process. In other instances, we require multiple different approvals. So any plat in the ETJ requires approval through our Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the Commissioner's Court. Step 4, the variance and special exception process typically requires just the review of the planning department. However, in some instances, when reviewing these processes, say someone wants to vary the side yard setback of their home, if they do so in a manner that they get too close to another building, we might reach out to Building Safety Department to find out any additional requirements that come up. Or if they're trying to vary a setback and they start encroaching into an easement, we'll try to reach out to the utility companies located or that have access to those easements to make sure that they're not encroaching into any of their utilities. So even though there may be only one department listed on there, we try to know enough to be dangerous on it and make sure and reach out to everybody else to make sure that we're following the process. Step 5 is the stormwater management process. This process requires the applicant to provide methods and show techniques that will be used to reduce pollution in stormwater. This is done is done before, during, and post-construction. So this might include things like silt fences to make sure that any dirt is not running off the property into our stormwater system. The sixth step in the process is site review. We typically have a site review meeting, which is scheduled on Fridays, and this allows staff the second opportunity to discuss the proposed project with the applicant, developer, and his design team. This is also typically the time when civil engineering plans are submitted for review, though if you talk to some of the engineering department, they come in at varying times. It's typically done if any type of public improvements are needed for the construction of the project. This would include water, sewer, streets, or any other various items. The 7th process is the building permit review. This review is to ensure that the structures are properly designed and constructed in accordance with our adopted codes, ordinances, and state laws. A building permit is required prior to construction, alteration, remodel, repair, or expansion of a new and/or existing structure. For residential building permits, the typical review period goal is 14 days, and for commercial plans, the typical review goal is 30 days. Step 8, this is the more public part, or the private part of this, the construction of the development itself, typically done by a contractor with a group of subcontractors. This portion really is driven a lot by the inspection process, which is step 9. I kind of look at them as they work very, very much hand in hand, as the construction drives the inspections, or the inspection drives the constructions. Typically the construction or inspection process starts with the foundation inspections. This would be your footings, your plumbing rough ends and route and service lines, and then they pour the slab. Next, they would begin framing, which includes partial framing, some of your windows, brick ties, some of your trades like mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. And then you start to look at the final inspections, which include the inspections of all the trades, all your mechanical, all your electrical, all your plumbing, and then your building final. The final inspection is to ensure that the building is completed and ready for occupancy. Without the completion of that step, the final step cannot occur. And the final step of the development process is the certificate of occupancy. This document certifies that the structure is code compliant and able to be occupied. Once a request is submitted for a new CO to the building safety front counter, additional reviews are triggered for various departments to verify different aspects of the development's construction. These departments might include development, engineering, water department, code enforcement, fire marshal, planning department. Once completed, the CO is issued and the development can be occupied. So as I mentioned earlier, different types of development may only require portions of the development process. In this instance, you'd have a development that the zoning is appropriate, it's been subdivided, and they have no special exceptions or variances required. So they'd start, typically with the stormwater process. Well, actually, these all start with a pre-development meeting process, but the next one we'd look at, it might be, for example, a tenant finish out. So it's an existing commercial facility, we just have a new tenant going in. Zoning and plating have been done. Let's say this one needs a variance request for parking. They don't meet their parking requirements. This would be a typical process that they would follow. So with that, I'm ready to answer any questions on the development process.
Okay, I'll open the floor for questions to Mr. Isom regarding what he just explained. Council, you have anything on that? Mayor Pro Tem, you have anything? Okay. Maybe Ms. Joy, do you have something? No.
Mr. Isom, you kind of skipped over zoning. I kept thinking you were going to go back to it. Are you going to talk about zoning further in your presentation?
I was not, was I too brief on the zoning part of it?
Well, yeah, I have a question about
Sure.
zoning because obviously that's a very active part of your department.
It is.
And we have planning and zoning members who meet the first Thursday of each month to hear zone cases. So why do we have planning and zoning? Why does it exist?
So if the zoning, say your projects, you got a place picked out for your project, but the project is not appropriate or the zoning isn't appropriate, the applicant would submit a request to the planning department. The request goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then 2 readings at City Council. But the planning department looks at it from a very, very small window using the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinances that we have in front of us. Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council can look at it more discretionarily. Meaning you can look at timing of project and other things like that.
So what do you perceive the role of planning to be when you appear at planning and zoning on a zone case? What do you perceive to be
So
the
we're a
role?
recommending group. We recommend, we go through, like I said, we look at the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinances, the land uses that surround the existing property, and really focus on the land use rather than on the project. A lot of times, rezoning comes in with a request for a specific project, but since we can't tie it to that project, the planning department can only look at the land use. So we are a recommending body, or a recommending department to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who's also a recommending body to the council.
So do you believe that your role is that you're there for the entity that made the request or for the city?
We work for the behalf of the city.
Okay. Having appeared at some of those meetings, there are times that I feel like you're advocating for the proponent. Have you ever had that feeling?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we have to be really careful about that, don't we?
We do.
Because the proponent has an opportunity to talk just as the opponent does, correct?
Do what now? Sorry.
The proponent has an opportunity to talk.
Yes, they do. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Just as the opponents do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Isom, I think you've got one more piece to your presentation, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, great.
The last thing we have are some updates to our development services page. The easiest way to get there is from our homepage. Click I want to, and then development services. And development services really encompasses, the planning department, code enforcement, and building safety, as well as some aspects of our development engineering. Some of the highlights that we have some areas that have all the applications and forms that you typically find on our smaller departmental web pages. So you have more centralized access to them, as well as opportunities for customers to provide surveys. They can request inspections, look up applicable ordinances and permits. And one of my favorite ones that I use to keep track of our department are our performance metrics. These are some of the metrics for building safety. Showing, their inspectors have an average of 18.29 inspections a day. They reviewed over 279 plans for the month of August for residential construction or construction plans. It gives you their time frame for how long it's taken them to review some of those plans, and the percentage that they reviewed within 30 days of the 14-day goals.
So go back one more time, Mr. Isom, and show everybody how you got there, okay?
So on the,
You're in the city,
we'll start from the very beginning.
okay, let's go back to the city website.
So the City of Lubbock website, click
Okay.
I Want To,
Okay.
scroll down under View Helpful Links and go to Development Services. And then get to that, scroll down to Performance Metrics and Stats. And Performance Metrics, and this has a number of different ones. You can see
Right.
police and fire
Right.
and others. And the planning departments. We have a few less items, zoning board of adjustment cases and specific use and zoning cases, as well as some percentages for how quickly we've reviewed building permit plans. Another big portion of this is the CSS, or Citizen Self-Service Access. This is where we're pushing, in response to COVID-19, we've reached out to our development community to try to push more of this process online. From a planning perspective, we're probably at 95 to 98% of zoning board of adjustment, plating, and zoning cases coming in online. Every now and then we get the very rare one mailed to us, but plats are almost 100% online. And I think from building safety, they're about 75 to 90% residential permits, and I think probably about 15% on the commercial permits coming online. But it does some pretty good things on here. You can go through and look at certain types of reports. Looking at to October 5th through the 9th. And this will give you a report of all the building permits that were issued within that 5 business day window.
That's amazing.
Gives us about 5 pages worth. More. You can go through and search a specific address if you have questions on whether or not your neighbor pulled a permit for something that's going on at their house. And you can pull up anything from code enforcement cases to building permits and other items, all through CSS. And this is actually being done without actually providing a password or login. This is still part of that public portion of that website.
It's really nice. It's really, really good. Do we have any idea how much traction that's getting from, views? Do we know how much it's?
I'm looking at Greg to see if he knows how much
Okay.
they're getting.
Cool. Okay.
Not as far as views, we don't have that type of information. Kind of like what Brian had mentioned before, we've noticed about 75% of the residential, single-family and duplex permits are coming in that way. We're working on trying to get the general public off of about a 20 or 30-year deal of calling and coming in. So it's a slow process, but we are in the process of shifting certain items over to where they'll all be done online. Some of the first things that we're going to do would be sign permits, solar panel permits. A lot of our over-the-counter permits, almost all of our roofing permits are done that way. We probably issue somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 to 15,000 permits a year. That could be anything from a roof permit to a new house to a commercial building. So we're gearing more and more towards that, but we don't have any specific numbers on how many people are actually using that, other than what we see on the permitting side of it.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Zelinski, that with our builders, that as they're following the inspection process, that most of that's moved online too, is that correct? I mean,
It's a whole lot easier for them, but we still have people who will call and ask us what their inspections. First thing that we do is tell them, hey, you can go to this website and you can see, what the results of your inspections are. Our inspectors have iPads. They put the inspections during the morning. They will go out and do the inspections off the iPad, and then off that iPad, it will send that contractor an email telling them what their inspection result was for that inspection.
excellent. That's fantastic. Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions for Mr. Zelinski while he's up? Okay. All right, Brian, please continue.
And that was really everything that we had. If y'all had any other questions for us.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Mr. Eisen? Mr. Atkinson, have anything you want to add to this?
I think as has been mentioned, one of the things that has helped move the online systems forward was when we went through that shutdown of City Hall. If you'll remember, council, when we started that, we had a sequence of chairs that we set out in the lobby, and we had chairs that went out for building permits, for code enforcement, for different things. Pretty quickly, I think, the community escalated using that online system. The one that's underutilized, and we will need to work on getting it published, is your ability to go in there and look at reports that are tied to an address. I think all of us get calls, my neighbor is doing X, or they supposed to be, or I turned in a property at the corner of, has anything happened? And yes, you can see that now, and can see that pretty much at any of our citizens' convenience. So we'll work on making that one more widely known. I think it's pretty useful and really does answer a lot of the common questions we get.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Anything else? I want to thank you guys for, first of all, the update, but second, for working with our community to try to improve these processes. I like being able to not only see the current performance inside our what we're measuring, but also be able to look back at the history. It's easy to do that. So, to the degree we can get more and more people signed on, accustomed, whatever it may be, it certainly I think it's good for our citizens and probably allows you guys to be much more productive also. So, thanks for helping out. Thanks for leading the way.
No problem.
All right. Anything else for Mr. Isom? Okay. Thank you, Brian. Okay, council, we'll move to item 1.2. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 1.2 is an informational item we bring to you today. Ms. McAkron will do the presentation itself. Council, we have this in front of you today. This is really a kind of a moment to step back in time and to build a base to teach, so to speak, in advance of your planning session on November the 12th. So planning session this year, one of the main topics, in fact, it's topic number 1, is a discussion of the Gateway program. So what we thought we would do today is to really focus on the background, kind of where did Gateway come from? How was it created? What has Gateway done over its history? How was it funded? And then really kind of leave it there And I hope that will give us a head start when we go into the council planning session. At the council planning session, we'll certainly have this same information available to you as backup, but instead we want to focus on, are there options to Gateway? Are there other alternatives to Gateway? What's at the council's prerogative to do that? So again, today we'll do as background. I think as Jessica rolls through that, I'm going to maybe make some comments when we get to the last couple of slides on it, and then we'll leave that there. Ms. McEachern?
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Afternoon.
So I'm going to start by telling you just a little bit about Texas franchise fees in municipalities and where we started out here in Lubbock. In Texas, the Constitution prohibits cities from giving away city property. As we know, though, utilities typically run their service infrastructure in either streets or in the alleys, which is city public property. It's city public right-of-way. So typically, cities will grant franchise agreements to those utilities to use the public right-of-way, and in exchange, the cities will charge those service utilities a franchise fee. Here in Lubbock, prior to the establishment of the Gateway Street Project Fund, the City of Lubbock charged those franchise utilities 3% franchise fee. In 2004 and later, as these franchise agreements began to expire and they were renewed, the City of Lubbock increased that franchise fee to 5%. And it's worth noting that 5% is the standard franchise fee in Texas. So we were a little bit below market. We've brought it up to that standard. When the city did that, they determined that that additional 2% rate, that increase in fee, would be dedicated to the Gateway Street Project Fund, and that essentially is 40% of the franchise fee revenue coming into the city from that 2%. This infographic right here is just an example. Franchise utilities can extend beyond just what we would maybe think of electric utility, water, sewer, stormwater. It also includes communications, such as internet or telephone. It can include cable, TV. It can include natural gas. The Gateway Street Project Fund was established by council resolution in 2004, and the first year that funding was allocated in this fund was in fiscal year 2004-2005. The dedicated revenue source for the Gateway Street Project Fund is 40% of all franchise fee revenue collected from outside utilities and from Lubbock Power and Light. We do not take 40% of the franchise fees paid by water and sewer. In fact, now that I say that, I don't even know that we do franchise fees from water and sewer. We do. So we do not take the 40% though from that and put it into the Gateway Street Project Fund. In order to accomplish the projects that were determined in the Gateway Street Project Fund Capital Improvement Program, we had to issue debt in order to accomplish those projects. The debt service is paid with the dedicated revenue that is collected and deposited into the fund. The Gateway Street Project Fund operates as a debt service fund. As it was stated in the 2004 resolution, this program is to open up areas of the city for development through thoroughfare construction and provides a source of construction funding for street projects designed to spur development, growth, and redevelopment. This is a comprehensive list of all of the projects taken on to date in the Gateway Street Project Fund. You'll notice that there are 4 projects noted as still in progress. The remainder have all been completed. I've printed this list out for you. I know it's hard to read on the screen, so in front of you, you should have a printed list with all of these projects on there. Accompanying with that list is a map of the location of all the projects. The red are the in-progress projects, and the blue are the completed projects. In our current 2020-2021 operating and capital budget, you'll see that the budgeted revenue from all sources of franchise fees is $28,156,302. Of that amount, $8,035,806 is transferred from the general fund to the Gateway Street Project Fund. And again, that $8 million represents 40% of the franchise fee revenue from outside utilities and Lubbock Power and Light. This is also, yes.
Will you go back to that prior slide, please,
Yes, ma'am.
before this one?
Oh, the one.
And before that? That slide road from Marshall to US 84? That is complete.
Okay. On that one, I think there's still some lingering landscaping or irrigation projects. So the construction
seeing
itself
some-
is
seeing
done.
a
It's just
head
the
nod.
little ancillary pieces.
Okay, so there's I was going to say.
Tiny,
Okay. all
tiny
right.
portion, I believe, that's still left. But you are correct. The majority of the construction, the roadway itself is done.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, if I could. This might lead to some of our discussion later. Ms. McCackern, could you go to slide 7, please?
I don't have numbers on here, so.
One
I
more?
apologize. Thank you.
There you go, thank you. So would just draw the council's attention to the column at the far right, where you see the percent change from forecast. So again, this is franchise fees in the whole. From this is where the 40% then comes, but this is the whole piece. Council, you'll recall there have been some changes made at the state level as it relates to franchising, and of course, the most recent one really affected kind of the telecom and the cable service providers. But if you look across that, what you're seeing, if you look at the telecommunications right away, it's the next to the last row at the bottom. And see how we hit a high of about 2.9 million for fiscal year 18, dropped down to about 278, then to 246, and our best projection now is 1.85. And why the big change there? That most recent change in the state law that allowed those providers to choose which of the two fees they would pay, it actually only triggered in January. So we only had one half, just a hair over one half of a fiscal year to look at that. But as you go across, you'll also notice, for example, the Atmos Gas Utility franchise, the reduction there. That one's not from less use, and that one's not from an outside influence. That's simply the price of gas. We all know that the price of natural gas here has been very low. That's to our benefit as consumers. It changes the gross receipts, though, so it changes your franchise fees. Point this out just to note that we don't have, as the local city, you as the city council, as much control over these franchises as you did in the past. We do predict that other than what's going on in lieu of franchise payments, they're really declining. And they're likely to decline not at this same step down, but at a slower step down for the next several years. So Jessica, if you would, we'll jump back forward.
Certainly.
One more question for Ms. Joy, and then Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Okay.
Okay, here's the question we get all the time. Why is Lubbock Power and Light paying franchise fees?
So Lubbock Power and Light, even though they are a subunit of the city, they are still a utility that are using the city right-of-way. And so it would be appropriate to treat them just like any other utility and pay the franchise fee.
They're an enterprise fund of the city. And I really think that is the defining difference there. It's an enterprise fund. It has to function as a business unit, and it has to use property that in essence belongs to the general fund, which is not the beneficiary of enterprise fund operations. And that's really why Lubbock Power and Light is charged.
Ms. Patterson-Harris.
And you may not know, I'm just hoping maybe somebody left some notes. I don't know, maybe somebody here knows. How was it determined what street projects would take place? I hear that the indication is that it was, the project fund was developed to spur development. Yet it's only designated primarily in specific areas. So is there any indication as to how those, or how, even now, how we, if you'll share how we determine now what gets put into these projects?
Well, the general idea behind it is that these are improvements for thoroughfares coming into the city. So it's your main roadways coming in, such as Indiana, University, Quaker, 34th, 50th, all of the ones that are on the peripheral of the city that are coming in. As to how specific projects are selected and in what years, you're right, I don't have that, but I can certainly get it and get back to you.
Yes, ma'am, if we could, and just a note, Mr. Atkinson, whatever direction we're looking at this, I think it's important that we're really creative and inclusive when we decide what gets to be a part of this project, these projects, should I say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Mr. Atkins?
And I apologize, a question may have been asked and I missed it. We
No,
were changing microphones.
There's just a comment that Ms. Patterson-Harris, why don't you make your comment one more time, please?
If at a glance, to look at this, because at some point in time, these roadways were chosen. And given the, I guess, the explanation of that they were gateways or leading into the city. And that happens all around the city. Yet we're finding it only in specific areas. So what I was asking is that as we approach, specifically when we get ready for this discussion, as the council gets ready for this discussion in November, that we make sure that we're clear. We have a deep discussion on how the streets or how the funding is used and where, and we're clear on that to make sure that we're addressing things all throughout the city, is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely, excellent point. And, would remind council, 1 year ago, there was a gateway project that was approved and funded. So the way we've handled that for the last few years, I work with our staff. We identify what we feel like is an appropriate project. Those are then brought forth each year during your budget review process. That sits on the table then with the council, ultimately can be approved or modified as we go forward, but excellent point. Okay. There we go. I'll make a quick comment on this one. We're going to tag team until we get back to the Milwaukee discussion. Again, the Gateway Street Project Fund, what we call the Gateway Program, was originally created to function as a debt service fund, and it does. That is how it works in its entirety today. If you go back a couple of slides ago, you see that the annual income projected for this coming year, actually the fiscal year you're in right now, is just a little over $8 million. But you see over there on the right, your requirements are $8.8 million. So Gateway, as does all of your other standalone funds, it carries its own reserve. That reserve has built a bit over the years. That reserve fund was also programmed at 100% of future debt service, and we pulled that down to 75%. So in other words, that money in hand, we're trying to put it to use. That is why you see the amount that's being paid out is less than the incoming revenue for this year and actually for the next year, and then it comes back above its line over that. But I wanted you to be aware, today it's roughly the 8 million in, it's a little over 8 out. So there's not, at the moment, a particular capacity there, but it is coming. Okay? So we thought would be a good idea to talk about the Milwaukee project. That's really always, been held out as kind of one of the shining stars of the Gateway program, and it absolutely has been. Gateway's first and its most early uses were really to help the city with its part of the Marcia Sharp Freeway program, which was a benefit to a large portion of the town. But Ms. McAkron and her team were either involved or have done the research. She's going to walk us through how that project went together, and then I have some closing comments associated with it.
So the Milwaukee project was initiated in 2004 for the purpose of constructing an 88-foot wide thoroughfare street with 3 lanes of traffic in each direction and a continuous left turn lane. This project was not completed by the city alone, so it had significant developer participation, the developers being the adjacent landowners. The adjacent landowners participated by not only dedicating the right-of-way that was needed at no cost to the city, but also at participating in some cost sharing on the project. In 2004, there were 10 development agreements that were approved by the city council, establishing what the obligations of both the city and the developers were with participation to this project. The design and construction of this corridor was budgeted at $20,500,000. Of this, the developers paid $4,175,000, and the city allocated the remaining $16,325,000 from the Gateway Street Project Fund. The city's portion of the money for this project was obtained by 2 debt issuances. $1,090,000 was from a 2004 general obligation bonds issuance that was a 20-year bond issuance, and $15,235,000 was in the form of 2005 certificates of obligation bonds, again also 20-year bonds. The actual project cost came in a little under budget at $19,343,657. And to date, the remaining outstanding debt on this particular project is just a hair over $4 million.
So, council, if I could make an analogy associated with this particular project. This was, again, it was a partnership. We had numerous private developers that came in, and granted, they wished to see development. They were willing to pay for a piece of that development, and then the challenge became the city funding the remainder of that. And that's really where a bit of that 2004 series picked up $1 million. The rest was picked up through those gateway gateway repayments. This split ended up nearly 25-75. 25% to the private, it's just under that, roughly 75 to the public. That is the basic split, council, that is before you after your first action that was taken on the impact fee models, because with the 50% discount, that's 50% of 50%, 25-75. So certainly no one could have foreseen that when this program was put into place, but those developers who were stood to benefit paid. And they paid at a rate that's roughly equivalent to where you stand on your proposed discussion with the impact fees. So Mayor, Council, with that, that concludes this presentation. We would take any questions, maybe any charges that we need to be sure we've included when we come back to you in the planning session to look at different alternatives.
Yeah, so Mr. Atkinson, before we open for comments and questions, you and staff are going to be prepared at our planning meeting in November to do what?
I think we'll start your discussion, and apologize, I maybe should have mentioned this as we led into today's discussion. Item number 1 is what's the council's ability to do something different if you choose. And I will tell you, within the limits of funding, Gateway is entirely a creature, it's a construct of the Lubbock City Council. Other than honoring your debt service obligations, what you choose to do with Gateway maybe in the future is entirely up to the council. There is not another overriding rule or law that controls that. The Lubbock City Council controls that. So kind of hold that in mind. And then we take that to where we plan to go on your discussion at the council planning session. The first is just the quick reminder and overview of your existing model. It's a debt service model, we know that. And then we thought we would present to you 2 additional alternative models that might show you a way to split between continuing as a capacity in a gateway and possibly also using dollars towards maintenance. So maybe split it down the middle. And then a final model, what if you decided to take future revenue that's not needed for debt service and apply that all towards your street maintenance program? What would that generate? What ability would that give the council in those areas? And we were kind of thinking if today it's 100% debt service, show you one that's basically 50-50, and then one that's 0 debt service, other than what's outstanding. So I'll say it today, and we'll start the discussion in November with the same. Even with an $8 million a year inflow, if we change this model to anything different, it does not make $8 million available immediately in that next year, because you're still covering and taking care of those prior obligations. But as those obligations pay down, those available funds go up. Does that make sense? So, Mayor, that's kind of where we would like to take that discussion, have a wide-ranging project list, both of streets that would be gateway eligible as it stands today, and certainly street maintenance needs, which I believe this council is all well aware of.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Council, any comments or questions? Ms. Joy?
Yes, according to your chart, that debt, the principal owing is 69 million plus, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so out of that, there's about 4 million plus that goes to Milwaukee. I'd be interested in knowing what other projects, the debt associated with those
Okay,
for the work session.
not a problem. Mr. Kostelich has already put that together, so if that's something the council would like to review during our strategic planning work session, we can bring that.
Would, thanks.
Did you send this to us electronically today? Have we seen this yet?
Yes,
Okay.
but probably not long before council started.
I don't think we've gotten it yet. Let's just make sure. We got the other two presentations, but let's make sure I think it'd be
Okay.
helpful for us to have.
Not a
prior to.
problem.
Okay,
We'll
that's fine.
resend.
Just want to make sure we get it. Okay, what else? Mr. Christian, you good?
Mayor, I have a question.
Mr. Massengill?
For the work session, I think it'd be interesting, because I know since Milwaukee is a popular subject of this conversation, how difficult it would be to measure the amount of private investment that came in as a result of that project.
Okay,
I do believe we've done some sales tax research, so we could bring that if you would like as well.
I think it's important to look at it, because when you talk about the purpose of this and, something that investment to spur development, it's a great example of success as far as that goes. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything? Jeff, you there? Hello.
I'm here. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
You okay?
Sorry.
You have any questions? I just want to make sure that we got you. I just want to make sure I hadn't had a chance to call on you. You have any questions for Ms. McCackern?
No, it's great data, and I look forward to the future meeting
Okay.
where we can do a deeper dive on this, but very good information today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Joy?
We might also be interested in some sales tax numbers by district,
okay.
as well as by project. And Blue's sitting back there going, great.
He's actually got that.
Okay, thanks.
He-
Thanks.
He's grinning under that mask, I
Okay.
I
Can't
promise
tell
you.
from here.
All right, Mr. Christian?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just really trying to figure out how to word my question in regards to Milwaukee. There had to be some visioning prior to finding the money for this. I'd like to go a little bit before it even, who brought this idea about Milwaukee? How did it come to the point where it was funded? Because I think on the council, we'd all love to see how we could replicate a Milwaukee in other parts of the city. So some of those folks, maybe I would love to hear their story, maybe in our work session, of how they think we could replicate a Milwaukee in other parts of the city. Because this is obviously, it's a winner. It is what they envisioned it, and it's paying back. And I think we'll find that out when we see some of the sales tax numbers and some of the elevation, the property tax that was a piece of dirt was turned into quite a bit of ROI for the city and the residents out there. So that's just my thought, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. All right, anything else? Okay, thank you, Ms. McCackern.
Thank you.
All right. Item 1.3 are a couple of special recognitions. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Atkinson for that. Jarrett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council, thank you for allowing us to do this. We have two staff recognitions that we want to bring to you today. We're going to do those separately. To begin the first one, I'd like to ask Mr. Robbie Wallace. Robbie is our Assistant Director of Facilities. Robbie, could you come forward, please? There we go. I knew he was here somewhere. No, front and center, sir. So I'm going to give a little background information. Council, y'all are well aware that Mr. Wallace has been a part of the City of Lubbock team for a long time. He served as your chief building official, took a short hiatus to the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. We were very fortunate to get him back up here. He now serves as your Assistant Director of Facilities. Robbie has continued, and he's a great example to many of our other employees, but he has continued to invest in and to develop himself, his personal qualifications, which certainly is good for him, it's good for the city organization, and it's good for the community. So Robbie's most recent, and certainly we hope not his last accomplishment, but his most recent accomplishment, he has obtained the designation of Master Code Professional from the International Code Council. Now, the International Code Council was created back in the 1990s, and this is really what started to put together standardized codes for the country. We used to have the Southern building codes, and we had the international codes, and we had multiple different codes, and what you could build in Lubbock might be different in Wolfforth or in Slayton or anywhere else. But the ICC, the international codes, have been well adopted. They're in all 50 states. A lot of places they're adopted at the state level. They are in Texas. Of course, we adopt them locally and we amend them, but Robbie's continued his work at that. In this Master Code Professional designation, it's the highest level of certification that's available in the United States. There are less than 1,000 individuals across the world who have achieved what Robbie has achieved. So he's just a huge asset to us. To obtain this, he had to achieve 31 individual code certifications. So I don't think that there's a question you could pose today, Mayor and Council, related to international codes, that Mr. Wallace probably couldn't just reach in his magic pocket and answer for you. But, you know, in all seriousness, we've always been fortunate to have Robbie on the city team. We're very fortunate to get him back, and certainly want to thank him and congratulate him for what he's done and done on his own to achieve this extremely high-level certification. So, Robbie, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mayor, members of the council, thank you.
Okay, Mayor, City Council, for your second one today, I'm going to ask Chief Fogerson, Sean Fogerson, Lubbock Fire Rescue. Chief Fogerson, amongst his overnight duties out working on ice and snow and other things, is going to have the privilege today to talk to you and to recognize the members of Lubbock Fire Rescue who went through 3 different rotations helping with the forest fires, the wildfires in California. So, Chief, if I've delayed long enough, start your presentation and take the mic.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Very
Afternoon,
pleased
Chief.
to be here today to talk to you about one of our programs, about the firefighters who went out to California and were able to assist with the California wildfires. So a lot of people wonder, how does Lubbock, Texas get picked? You know, we don't just see it on TV and jump in our pickup and run out to California to fight a fire. Everything in the fire service and in government has a very extensive process with a high level of coordination. And our participation in those wildfires was thanks to our involvement with the Texas Interstate Mutual Aid System, or TIFMAS. So what I'm going to do is go through a little bit of the history of that and how Lubbock Fire Rescue came to be involved with that. So TIFMAS is coordinated by the Texas A&M Forest Service. It is the framework through which fire and rescue organizations work together to provide support for incidents as diverse as hurricanes and wildfires. Local resources, including personnel and apparatus, deploy at the request of the state to provide assistance. TIFMAS has several trucks. They have provided departments throughout the state for use at some of those incidents. And Lubbock is fortunate to have a Type 3 wildland fire engine that was given to us. Additionally, departments often use their own trucks and equipment to take on deployments and are reimbursed for the use of those vehicles. TIFMAS is an all-hands hazards mitigation program, which means that they can handle pretty much any type of emergency that we could come across in the state and across the country. Lubbock was on the first ever TIFMAS deployment we were involved with in 2008 when TIFMAS deployed to Hurricane Ike. Lubbock firefighters on that incident manned medical evacuation buses. Since then, the TIFMAS program has become very robust and is used many times a year throughout the state and beyond. So there's an extensive amount of training. Initially, they go through several wildland firefighting courses, and then they begin a basic wildland fire suppression and behavior course. Most team members take several other courses to qualify as a wildland firefighter, which include intermediate wildland fire behavior. Most courses are several days in length, and all positions are performance-based and require a task book to be signed off once competency is achieved. Here with LFR, we have several engine bosses and 2 strike team leader trainees that have attended many more courses to get to that point. We have quarterly trainings and train over various aspects of each training. A safety course and a practice shelter deployment are mandatory yearly, so those are always trained on and refreshed because they're perishable skills and the most important skills, safety. Our members that show interest and find classes to further their education and experience are normally the ones who are called upon to deploy out. Currently, the team carries a roster of around 40 people who are in various stages of their training and certification, and we have close to 30 who are deployment ready at any one point and ready today. So one of the great things about the TIFMAS program is that it's zero cost to the city, because anytime TIFMAS from the city of Lubbock is used, we are reimbursed either from the state of Texas or from whatever state we go to. So the request comes in, like California, from governor to governor. The governor of California called Governor Abbott or contacted him. The governor then checks resources throughout the TIFMAS system. Then we produce a bid. California can accept or reject that bid. If they accept it, then resource orders are generated. We send our personnel out to California. They perform the work. Excuse me. Then when they return, documentation is submitted for the costs, and then California writes a check to Texas once they check over the documentation, and then TDEM, Texas Department of Emergency Management, will put the money back in the city's account. So for the California deployment, they were deployed through the Emergency Management Assistance Compact, which are just prearranged agreements we have with other states. So I've set the table real well. I'm going to let the guys from California come up here and take you through the rest and take you through their slideshow. There's some really nice slides to see. So I'm going to bring Battalion Chief Lee Jones up here. Lee?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chief.
So I'm Lee Jones. I'm a battalion chief with Lubbock Fire Department. I'm also our TIFMAS coordinator for the city of Lubbock, as well as the Panhandle branch coordinator for the TIFMAS program in general. So I kind of make sure that we keep things running around here. As far as our California deployment, I know everybody was anxious to know exactly what we were doing and how all that stuff went there. So we did quite a bit of different things through there. We were there for a long time. So we did everything from direct attack using water to put out fires like you normally see. We did a lot of burnout operations. It's where we use different firing devices to consume unburned fuel between the line that they've established and where the active fire is. That's very important in California because you're not blessed with as many places that you can catch one of those fires with all the terrain. We did some structure prep and triage, a lot of hose lay placement and removal. We even had some guys that did some hazard tree removal. For the most part, on our 3 different tours there. We worked 24 hours on and 24 hours off. Once one of the incidents were on or winding down, they would put us on 12-hour shifts on occasion, which would be 12 hours on, 12 hours off. For a normal shift, they don't exactly equate to the 24 hours. You would arrive at camp around 6 a.m., get your supplies like food and water for the shift, inspect the truck, get everything ready to go, and then there's always a briefing every day before the work begins at 7 a.m. That outlines all the assignments. After briefing, we finish getting any unmet needs for the team, and then the team is briefed, and we travel to our assigned location for our shift. We have a brief exchange with the team that's coming off. We start our day, and then we stay engaged in the assignment until we're relieved the next day by the shift that just went through the same thing we did. So those 24-hour shifts would usually stretch into about 26 or 27, and then we would get the next day off. For this particular deployment, we were fortunate to get to stay in hotels mainly. A lot of people ask where we got to stay. Because of the COVID, we got to stay in hotels on our shifts off normally. The last time we were out in California, they put us in sleep trailers a lot, but they decided putting 50 people in a trailer together to sleep was not a very good way to combat the virus. So that was fortunate for us. Everybody that went out, we were all assigned to Texas Strike Team 2. This deployment started in 2 cycles. The first one, they only sent out 2 teams. We were on the second team. The reason we only sent 2 out to begin with is because the hurricanes were beginning to come in then, and Governor Abbott was worried about sending all his firefighters off to California in case the hurricane came into Texas. So those 2 teams were there for a 21-day assignment, and then they added 10 additional teams after that. But as far as our team, we stayed on Texas Strike Team 2. The first team out was myself, Michael Eberly, Jason Jacobs, and Eric Francis. We left for California on August 22nd, drove the truck out there, got there late on August 23rd, and started our first work day on August 24th. We finished our last shift the morning of September 13th and were relieved by the incoming crew from Lubbock that afternoon. They flew out and met us, and we handed them the keys over to the truck. We came back home to our families, and they got to start again. The second crew out was led by Kyle Christian. We also had Chris Norman, Garrett Clare, and Clint Cowart that went on that deployment. They worked a 14-day assignment. They arrived on September 13th. Their first work day was the 14th, and they worked until returning home on September the 29th. And then our final crew was Chief Craig Gannon. He had Chad Burnett, Michael Hari, and Doug Flanagan with him. They arrived on September 29th, swapped with the second crew, and their last day, or their first work day was September 30th, and they were demobilized from the incident on October 13th and began the long drive back to Texas in our truck and made it home later in the afternoon on the 15th. As far as our team, TIFMAS always deploys out in a strike team, so it's 5 engines normally on a wildland deployment. So there was us and 4 other vehicles with the same qualified people on them, and then we'll have 1 strike team leader that kind of leads the team. So on our team, as well as Lubbock, we had firefighters from Fort Worth, Louisville, McKinney, Plano, Frisco, Parker County, Weatherford, and Killeen. So we got to work with a bunch of the DFW guys for the entire deployment. And the other strike team was mainly around from South Texas. On the second round, when the governor sent out, it was firefighters from all over the state of Texas. It's a really robust program. It's grown a lot since 2008 when it started. Now there are around 312 departments that are in the TIFMAS system. Some are deployment ready, some aren't. As far as wildland certifications, we have around 4,761 firefighters in the state of Texas that are qualified. And as far as all hazards, there's about 7,565 that can go out on your hurricanes and backfill and stuff like that. So it's a really great program. Texas is really unique to have this. It's one of the few states that if we have a disaster, say in Lubbock, and we have a huge need for resources, the city can call and go through TDM and the governor's office, and we can get those resources in the city within hours. It's not within days. It's real quick turnaround. So we're fortunate to be a part of the program. We learn a lot on how these bigger events work and are supposed to go into these large events. And it really prepares us for events that happen to us in the city of Lubbock on the day-to-day basis. So it's kind of all I've got as the background of what we did. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Chief, Ms.
Which fire?
Ms. Joy?
Which fire
The
did
fires?
you go to?
Well,
All of those?
I think they were listed on the slideshow. I should have put that on the notes. So our first team went out to the SCU complex.
Okay.
When we got there, ended up being the second largest wildfire in California history. We were there for around 12 or 13 days, I believe. And then we went to the Oak Fire, which was a lot further north, kind of by Willits. And then that fire was rolled into the August complex about the time we wrapped it up. And when the second team came in, they assigned them to the August complex, and they all remained there for the rest of the time. The August complex is still active.
Yeah.
It's well over 1 million acres now. Huge, huge fire up there. So we didn't go to a lot of smaller events. These were all really large, huge fires. I believe the SCU was around 300,000 acres. Don't quote me exactly on that, but really big fires. They take a long time to get those things under control, so we weren't bouncing around a lot. We got to stay on the same incidents for the whole time.
So, Chief, is it true that you ran into some interesting farming operations when you were fighting those fires?
Well, surprisingly enough, yes, the Oak Fire, when we got there, they refer to that area as the Emerald Triangle. And some of our directions, they said, is go up the hill into the first grow you come to, hang a right. Well, when we got to the top, we realized grows were all marijuana farms. That's where they do most of their legal cannabis production. So it was a little different environment to see that much of that kind of stuff around, and nobody was worried about it. It was just a landmark.
They told me the plants are this tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to add some of those to the slides, but we decided it would be inappropriate.
Probably a good idea, Chief.
I
Yeah.
threatened them
Yeah.
to be having any slides of the plant life other than the normal natural vegetation on any of our slides.
I'd like, Chief Ferguson, I'd like to bring the whole crew up and introduce them, and let's get a picture and recognize everybody, okay? You may have some other comments before you want to do
Absolutely,
that.
Mayor. I'd like to call them up one at a time.
If you would,
we
please.
could.
That'd be
Sure,
great.
introduce them. So, of course, Battalion Chief Lee Jones.
Sean, before we do that, Ms. Patterson Harris has a question.
I have a question. How is this team compiled? Do they raise their hands and say, hey, I want to do this, or it's a, talk to us about that.
So essentially, the guys will ask about the team. Mm-hmm. They'll contact me and see if they can get on it. We try to keep the team rostered at around 40, just to be able to keep up with it and make sure that we have 40 people that are dedicated. Mm-hmm. Once we allow them on the team, then they have to go and seek out the training opportunities on their own.
Okay.
And then once they get qualified and are able to be able to deploy, then we consider them on the team. So it's kind of self-driven, self-motivated. We don't force anybody on it. We want them to be on the team, and we want them to want to be there. So
They find the courses, and we sponsor them in the courses, so we pay for them to go.
That's good to know. That just tells you the type of individuals that make up this team, that they have really, I think you said the word committed or dedicated, one of those two words in being a part of this team. So that can be appreciated. So that's why I asked to kind of help showcase a little bit more special flavor, if you will, to the folks who are part of the team. So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. So we have Battalion Chief Lee Jones, Lieutenant Michael Eberly, Michael, if you'll come up here. Firefighter Jason Jaquist. Firefighter Eric Franson. They were all on the first crew that went out. The second crew, we had Captain Kyle Christian. Lieutenant Chris Norman? Is he Lieutenant? Lieutenant Chris Norman. Firefighter Garrett Clare. Firefighter Clint Cowart. The third crew was Battalion Chief Craig Gannon. Equipment operator Chad Burnett. Equipment operator Chad Burnett. Equipment operator Michael Hare. And firefighter Doug Flanagan, last but not least.
Let's slide down towards the chief. Let's get a picture here, okay? You folks, you get in there. Care for each other. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Chief Fogerson, I believe Ms. Joy has a question for you real quick.
Just wanted to know if you got reimbursed by TDM.
Unfortunately, ma'am, that process takes a little while. It's usually 6 months to a year before we fully recover the funds. Sometimes it's quicker than other times.
Are you reimbursed as you submit it, or do they take money out?
We submit all of our total expenses, and then TIFMAS, TDM goes through it and makes sure that all of them are billable, and then the other state would pay TDM for what was billable. We actually receive funds for the truck being there, so usually anything that's not reimbursed is made up for by them renting the truck, in essence. So.
Good luck.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We've been very successful in the past, so.
We'll get our money. TDM's become like our newest best friend in the last 8 months.
Yes,
I just want to tell all of you on behalf of all the city employees, the city council, but more importantly, the citizens of our great city. We're thankful for all of you, and you represented all of us out there, and you need to know how important that is to us. Thank you very much. Okay, council, I believe that concludes our work session agenda. We've got a list of our pools. I believe we just have 2 pools tonight, 6-8 and 6-9.
That is
Council,
correct.
is that correct? Anything else that needs to be pulled? Okay. I think, any other questions for staff on any items on the regular agenda that you didn't have a chance to get questions answered? All right, well, we do have reason for executive session, and we're posted for such today. City Council will hold executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements, and to hold consultation with attorneys under Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Also to discuss personnel matters under Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. And finally, to discuss commercial or financial information as it relates to economic development under Section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. It is 2:55. We are recessed to executive session. Good afternoon. It's 4:50. We have returned from our executive session. We will now take up our ceremonial items. We are being joined by Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Griffith. Jeff Griffith is joining us via Zoom today, and our invocation this evening is being offered by Minister Carl Ife with Broadway Church of Christ. He's also doing that via Zoom. So in a moment, I'm going to ask everyone to rise for the invocation. Following the invocation, I will lead us in the pledges. And unless, Mr. Griffith, you want to do those remotely? You want to do the pledges from remotely?
We can.
Okay, I'll let you do those remotely. That'll be something we've never done before. Give it a try tonight. If you'd please stand for the invocation. Minister Ife.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, in a world of change, upheaval, uncertainty, and pandemics, you have placed our hearts and given us the power to look outside of ourselves and discern what is good and fair and right, and how we live together, how we serve one another in community. I thank you today for all of our local who have chosen to serve the city of Lubbock in such an important way. Would you grant to each of them sincerity of heart and mind, that they may persistently seek the things that endure and refuse the things that perish, that they would see the truth steadily and follow the light faithfully and grow ever richer in love, which is the true currency of our economy. Lord, please help our council to see the question of city policy in the light of your truth. So would you grant them wisdom, grace, prudence, and patience as they seek the best for please embolden them, mission them as they strive to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. And would you empower them as they seek to serve our city with fair and upright hearts? God, grant them much grace in their marriages and families, protect them in their coming and their going, and grant them peace as they work together to solve problems and meet the challenges of our community. In the midst of this terrible pandemic, please encourage and protect them as they make decisions to support those serving on the front lines of this. A special blessing on all our first responders and medical professionals who are serving our community with courage and compassion. And we ask your healing touch for those who are suffering and battling for their lives because of this virus. And we ask your tenderness and compassion for each family who mourns the loss of someone they love. Help us as citizens of this great city to love our neighbors as you have loved us. Thank you, Father, for Mayor Pope and for our city council, for their tireless work and service on behalf of us all. And may they know your presence, courage, strength, and peace each and every day. God, would you bless their meeting tonight and all the meetings to come? We pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Will you please join us in the pledges of allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one and indivisible.
Justice for all. Honor the Texas flag.
Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas. One state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Minister Ife, we thank you so much for opening with a wonderful invocation. Mayor Pro Tem, you did a nice job remotely there on the pledges. Okay, we have tonight only one special presentation. We're going to move item 331 just based upon the the weather and where some of those folks were coming from. They've asked us to move it later in the year, so we will do that. But item 332 is a special presentation tonight from the American Planning Association, and it's honoring our Lubbock Plan, or Plan Lubbock 2040. We're also tonight recognizing National Planning Month. Mr. Atkinson, do you have comments on this? Well, hold on a sec here. Okay, you're live now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm going to tee this one up. Mr. Isom has a representation of the award today. It did not make it in on schedule, but Mayor and City Council, you also have with you today Mr. John Zwiker, who is the chair of your Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, and several of his members are here. And if it's all right, I'd like to call them once we finish the citation here. So each year, the Texas chapter of the American Planning Association, called the APA of Texas, hosts an award program to recognize individuals, organizations, and communities for outstanding contributions to planning in Texas. These awards are the state's highest planning honors. The announcement of the Texas Planning Awards is one of the many ways that the APA does kick off your National Community Planning Month each October, which of course, again, is a month-long event celebrating the accomplishments of the residents, the leaders, the officials, and the professionals who contribute to making their communities better through a good and robust planning process. These awards are presented each year in 13 categories. This year, the City of Lubbock's Plan Lubbock 2040 Comprehensive Plan received the award in the Comprehensive Plan category. As you know, this is the first comprehensive plan for our city in over 30 years. Plan Lubbock 2040 details many strategic initiatives that address neighborhoods, future land use, transportation, water, wastewater, stormwater, economic development, the livability of our community, as well as parks, trails, open space over the next 20 years. Plan Lubbock 2040 was the result of the tremendous dedication and effort over an 18-month period by the 34 members of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, numerous stakeholder groups, significant public input, and many items before this City Council. So Brian, if you want to come up with what you have, and Mr. Zwiker, if you don't mind, if you could come up as the chair, and we'll ask you to introduce those of your members that are here with us tonight. So, Brian?
You want me to go ahead?
Please.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, and Brian, and Jarrett. It's quite an honor. I do have some members here, but besides that, we do want to recognize the 34 members that spent a number of hours doing this. With me here tonight, I know there's Bernie Bass and Joe McKay. Is there anybody else that's on the committee that was here? We kind of had a little bit of a short notice on that. One thing about this plan we had, you know you're spending too much time down at City Hall when you know everybody by their first name. And after 18 months, I know pretty much everybody by their first name, which is nice too, but I could be remiss if I didn't thank the staff, Jarrett's staff and y'all's staff, many of them who helped tremendously. In fact, none of this would have happened without any of them. To mention a number of them, Mike Keenan and also Jarrett, and all the others that helped was tremendous. Also, I think we ought to mention Dan Sefco and Freeze Nichols. I think Heather's here with Freeze Nichols, who did a tremendous amount of work, who I think probably owe a lot of gratitude for what they did for us. But anyway, I want to thank the members that served on this. It was quite an experience. And I tell you, the last thing I'd like to say is it's quite an honor, too, when you hear y'all address the 2040 plan, frankly, weekly, it seems like. It's some satisfaction out of that, the fact that there was a lot of good work that went in it, obviously, and we all know that, but it's also a great satisfaction that the plan is being followed, and y'all are trying, I know, the very best you can from that standpoint. And it has been I think so far, and probably will be, a great success. And let you know that some of us on that is still on the oversight committee, and we're making sure that happens too. But just want to thank everybody and thank these guys and girls that helped us do all this.
Mr. Mayor, if you have a moment, we planned on giving you a trophy, but I've really just got an IOU right here. If you want to come down and we can present it.
Who's going to
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you again. Appreciate it, brother. Okay.
On behalf of the city council, I'd like to thank Mr. Zwiker and the members of our Plan Lubbock 2040 committee. You know, when you think about the big items on our work, plan right now, some of them are called out by that plan. And I think that was a commitment we made. So we appreciate what you guys have done. And I guess we'll see you next month or in about 6 weeks to give us an annual update. Doesn't that right? Doesn't the Oversight Committee come back to us and bring us an update in December every year? I believe that's correct? Okay, excellent. Okay. I believe that concludes our ceremonial items. So I'll call our meeting to order. It's 5:02. Today is the 27th day of October, 2020. Lubbock City Council is in our regularly scheduled meeting, our second meeting of the month. The first item 4, is citizen comments. And as you know, citizen comments are set up so any citizen who wishes to appear before us to discuss an item that's posted on the agenda below may do so. We have to get here before 5 and sign in the sign-up form, and those comments are limited to 3 minutes, and you'll get a warning when you're about 30 seconds, when you have about 30 seconds left. We have 2 citizens tonight that have signed up to speak, both on item 713, which is the second reading of the impact fee ordinance. Okay, so the order I got them is, I'll just do them that way. I'll call Mr. Joshua Shankles up first. Mr. Shankles?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I didn't prepare any notes, so you'll forgive the extemporaneous nature of my speech tonight, and if it's not the most eloquent thing I've ever said. First, let me take the time to again thank you for providing us with this time and for all your patient listening to these matters. I know that it has been a long road, and you guys have all been very patient in listening to that. There are many of you up here that I consider friends, and some that I have not yet had the pleasure of fully bridging that. So, I think that's really important to acknowledge that you guys have all been present for that. I think that a few things need to be said as a matter of record on the matter of impact fees, and so you'll also forgive if I'm going over old treads with some of you, but they deserve to be said. First, I want to talk about a few misleading statements that have been said before this council. It has repeatedly been got up here and talked about how the impact fees are tax that's going to be passed on to the homeowner. And the council probably doesn't need me to say this, but I think it deserves to be on the public record that The council well knows if any piece of infrastructure gets constructed at all, whether that be a street or a drainage system, a stoplight, that becomes a debt obligation of the city that the city then has to pay for in perpetuity, or it has to decommission and tear down, or it has to let fall into disrepair because the city's budget cannot, the city can't be over budget. So the impact fee issue is really about not constructing excess and unnecessary infrastructure. And that if a road gets built at all, the homeowners and the ratepayers were always going to pay for that. And so this notion that this is adding some fee that ultimately gets passed on to the homeowner is really just kind of absurd. Further, there hasn't been a whole lot of evidence presented by anybody who has got up here and said that we should have a reduced impact fee at all, because their evidence has been things like, I don't like the word maximum. And the chamber, who definitely has not polled their membership, is against it. So I think that's disingenuous. As the city well knows, the evidence presented in the land assumption report in the now award-winning Lubbock Plan 2040 suggests that we should not only have impact fees and what they are maximally, but that they should be used as a tool to achieve the city's strategic goals. That's why I once again ask you to enact maximum impact fees for the service areas with most development and zero impact fees for the others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankles. Okay, our other and final comment on the same topic is Jordan Wheatley. Mr. Wheatley? I don't know if I asked Mr. Shankles to read his address into the record. I've got it here, Mr. Wheatley. If you do that, I'll make sure I...
Yes, sir. Jordan Wheatley, 3913 114th Street. Appreciate the opportunity one last time. I had a chance to read over the ordinance briefly last couple of days. It's 600 pages, but trying to drill down on it on a few items. I just wanted to briefly recap, just to be on the record. There was some talk of having a moratorium on water and sewer for some time. It could be in there. I just did not exactly see it. We talked about a 1 year, possibly 2 year, but I just think it would be helpful to drill down on that, because for planning purposes on large projects, specifically large apartments, larger projects that take time to come to fruition for budgeting purposes on the water and sewer portion. I do think that going forward, this may be an administrative portion, but I think it would be helpful to have a summary of fees table for all permit pullers. I know that in here there is a table, but then you have to cross-reference other tables to find exactly what you're looking for as a permit puller. I think it'd be helpful to have a summary table. Section 41.03.002-B, it just talks about a language of maximum assessment. I think it would be helpful to have it clarified, added on to the end of that to say, and further see reductions previously stated. It just 41.0, that 41.03.002 is after the reduction section, and it doesn't cross back the reference of the 50% reduction. Just a minor deal there, but I think that it would help to further explain that. In summary, we just want to thank you guys. I know this has been a long road. Our Impact Fee Task Force is going to continue to monitor this process with the Enterprise Fund and the SEAC, and we look forward to working together with everyone on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheatley. Okay, that concludes citizen comments. We'll move to item 5. It's the minutes from our, by the way, this begins on page 26. Minutes from our August 26, 2020 special city council meeting at the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance meeting, the September 22nd, 2020 regular city council meeting, the September 29th special city council meeting, that was a joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and finally, the October 6th, 2020 special city council meeting, the impact fee hearing. All of those were included in our agenda book, all 960 some odd pages of it this month. 965, thank you for that clarification. Is there a motion to begin consideration of those minutes?
Move for approval. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Childis. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, are there additions or corrections to those minutes? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to the consent agenda. The consent agenda begins with item 6.1 on page 49. Now, the consent agenda this evening, well, just back up. The consent agenda are items considered to be routine, and they're enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the council desires to discuss an item, that item is removed from the agenda and considered separately. Tonight, we have two such items that have been pulled, item 6.8 and item 6.9. Council, I would open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda, save items 6.8 and 6.9.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. All those in favor of that motion to approve the consent agenda, except for items 6.8 and 6.9, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move now to item 6.8. It's on page 131. In order to begin discussion, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Childis. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mike Keenum, our city engineer, will walk us through the annual progress report on floodplain management.
Good evening, Mr. Keenum.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This item is simply just an update on the hazard mitigation plan. It's multi-jurisdictional, administered by our emergency management department. But for floodplain purposes, we are part of the community rating system. We earn points for certain activities. This is one of them, to just show you some of the things that have been done over the last 5 years, things that have been completed, things that are in progress relating to floodplain management in particular. And so as a result of this, we get just making the public presentation to you guys of showing it to you. There's really not a lot that's contained in there for action for you to take, but it allows us to maintain our Class 7 rating in the community rating system, which is great for the citizens of Lubbock. That generates a 15% discount for flood insurance policies that they have. And so by being a Class 7, that allows that discount to occur.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keenum. Councilor, there are comments or questions about this item?
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Childis.
Mr. Keenum, this is for the people that want to purchase the flood insurance, it'll be at a reduced rate?
That is correct.
Now, that's because of the floodplains have been remediated? Would that be, or what would be the underlying reason for that?
So just lots of things that we do to go above and beyond just the basic requirements that FEMA would have. So our 1 foot above base flood that we require new structures to be built to, things that we do, education, posting things on our website, putting flyers out in the libraries, different things that we do earns us credit. With our public works department, some of the maintenance that's done for drainage channels and those things, we earn credits for lots of different things that we do. And as we accumulate those points, that allows us to qualify for a certain rating by the community rating system, and that allows us to get the discount.
With that said, now, there are some areas in Lubbock that were in a floodplain, or flood zone that were remediated, and they have been waiting for FEMA to come in and do their reevaluation? This is completely separate?
Well, it's, some of the studies that we do is part of that, and so you're talking about the remapping efforts, some of the drainage projects that we've done, and we are restudying those to remap those. That's just a very long process through FEMA. That's generally a 5-year process once it gets into FEMA's hands before we see the effective maps to have those removed. So we do a 1 to 2 year study after the construction of the projects is completed, and then it goes into the FEMA pipeline. And so it's a long process. We've done everything we can to speed that up, working with our consultants, and it's just a slow process.
Again, that's information for the public because, correct me if I'm wrong here, by getting out, or by FEMA coming in and saying we're no longer in a floodplain, this particular neighborhood, it may free up some potential community development monies for rehabs?
Absolutely, because if it's in the floodplain, then that federal funding is not available. That CDBG money, Community Development Block Grant money that you're referring to, is not eligible for properties in a floodplain. And so as we remap, if we get properties removed, that opens up some of that federal funding to those properties.
Okay. I'm thinking maybe we should have a conversation about some of these neighborhoods as to what the status is. Maybe for the future, maybe you and I can
Sure.
sit
Be
and have
happy
this
to.
discussion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Keenum, would it be fair to say that those who provide insurance coverage here in the city are aware of this, the discount that could be provided?
They automatically get the discount. If they don't have to apply separately for the discount. It's applied because we are part of this National Flood Insurance Program and the Community Rating System. Because we're a Class 7, that automatically generates that 15% discount. So that's not something they have to apply for extra.
Okay, because there are some citizens down the way from me, you and I have had this conversation, who are required to maintain flood insurance. So that would be something that when the insurance company may go through all of those discounts and whatnot, this should be one that pops up. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Further questions for Mr. Keenum? Thank you, Mike. Okay. Any comments, council? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 6.8, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. We'll move now to item 6.9. It's on page 149. In order to begin discussion, do we have a motion? Move for approval. Thank you, Mr. Chidas. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Mr. John Turpin, who is our Assistant Director of Public Works, is going to walk us through the pavement rating system item.
Mr. Turpin, do you have a presentation this evening?
Yes, good evening,
Good
Mayor
evening.
and Council.
I should have greeted you first. Good
Yes,
evening.
sir. I do
There you
have a
go.
presentation.
There you go. You're live now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So item 6.9 is a professional services agreement with Infrastructure Management Services. They were chosen as our most qualified. We had 5 statements of qualifications actually turned in. Our negotiation was for $337,000, and they will be doing this within 200 days. Basically, what you see below is a project approach that was given to us as to how they will give us a pavement management system. I apologize, I have not explained the item. So what we will actually get is what I will call a pavement management system. So I'll expand on this a little bit with this next slide. At the end of the day, we're going to get an objective pavement analysis. Today, a lot of what we have done is not objective. We have gentlemen that go out, they look at the pavement, and although they are trained to look at a pavement condition index, which basically tells you how bad a shape the roadway is, you get different answers from different folks that look at it. This actually uses a technology that is a laser crack measurement system. Basically, they drive a van over top of it. It looks at the full road and sees every imperfection of the road, so it is totally objective. That's cool. It's going to be really good. They're going to drive every mile of the city, which is going to drastically change the way that we're doing things. It will change our PCI. It's going to fully standardize how things are done on street maintenance. At the end of this, we're going to get a 5-year project plan. This 5-year project plan is going to act essentially like what we've gotten in the past from a wastewater master plan or a water master plan. It's going to really tell us how to handle our system and what our future costs are going to be annually per year. As far as the budget analysis, this is one I'm truly excited about. It's going to tell us what it's going to take to get a specific PCI score. So we can really set expectations as to if we want to maintain our current goal of 80%, what that's going to cost to do that. And so it's going to be really telling for us and for our public. So I've got a couple more slides here. This is our laser crack management system van. You can see it has 4,000 horizontal lasers underneath it that's looking at the street. It's going to have a continuous survey across the whole street, as well as it's going to look at rutting, cross slopes. So we're going to get all this information back to the city. And as well as they're going to have video cameras that are going to be capturing the right-of-way. We don't have it under this contract, but it is available if in the future we want to go look at signs or curb and gutter or anything else that's within the right-of-way. That will be available for us to capture in the future. So we'll have that data. And lastly, this is all going to tie into our GIS system as well as our asset management system that we already have ongoing. So that's my presentation. Y'all have any questions, sir?
Excellent. If the Mayor Pro Tem were here, he's with us, but he would remind everybody that that's about a little more than 1,300 miles of city streets that they'll have to drive. That's what it's going to take a
Yes,
while
sir.
at 30 to 40 miles per day, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Comments or questions for Mr. Turpin? Let's start with Ms. Patterson-Harris, then we'll go to Ms. Joy.
Thank you. And this may seem like a silly question, but I don't believe it is. In order for this vehicle to get an accurate reading, would that call for citizens to move their vehicles off the streets?
Yes, ma'am. We are going to need to have access to the toll street. They have told us that we will contact citizens ahead of time and give the expectation that, hey, we're going to be within your area and we need y'all to be off the streets during this time. I don't know that it's going to have a huge effect on it because basically this is capturing an entire area. And so as we drive across, obviously you're not going to have cars parked on every part of the street, but you are going to get a true graphical representation of PCI on a much smaller scale through this technology. So.
And the reason I was asking that, in some areas of the city, parking is different than others.
Yes, ma'am.
Citizens normally use the sides of the streets in order to park. Will there be plans to work with PD to ensure that those vehicles that may normally be on the street, not kind of outside the laws of the land, and have those moved? Because my deal is that I would that we get a very accurate reading on this. We got some streets in the city that are in poor condition. It's no secret. And I think it's important that we get an accurate reading so that they can give us the best plan that they can, so that we can rectify some of the issues that are in the community. Like I said, it doesn't seem very important, but I see it often, where vehicles are on the street. But a lot of times where those vehicles are parked, there's a lot of telling stories underneath that. So I want to make sure that, number one, we make contact with the citizens and devise a plan to make sure that we're getting that information out, and that we also work with the other departments so that we're able to, so that they can assist in making sure that you have access to all of the street.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We will coordinate with the citizens. We have had great luck with getting in contact with the citizens, ensuring even whenever we're doing our street maintenance that they move their parked cars off the street so we can get our street maintenance done. So we haven't had to really use the PD for that. I think it's been a great success. I will say that what this is going to give us is a true almost point PCI. So we may have, much today is what we have is we show an entire street has a PCI of 70, let's say. We're going to have actually segments. It's going to be much more segmented to tell us, you know, this is much more deteriorated from this half mile, but this other half mile is better. We don't need to necessarily do something with this, but we need to do a lot more with this. So we're going to have a much more educated look at this. So, and all of that plays into this new technology. So.
Is that all, you done, Ms. Patterson-Harris? You have a follow-up?
I just forgot it because I thought I was going to go to the back of the line.
Okay, well, I will. You can go back and you can come back to the front. Ms. Joy, then Mr. Christian.
Well, just following up on Ms. Patterson-Harris's question, maybe we can get the street sweepers to follow behind them as they do this, because that's a problem, trying to get the streets swept because people don't know they're coming and can't move their cars. This is long overdue, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know why we haven't done it sooner, but I'm sure it was a budget issue. But we do need to know, and we need a plan. And we've had a plan.
We have,
kind
yes,
of a 10-year plan, but it was based on whatever we could ascertain, basically by looking at the street. So I'm very pleased that you all are doing this the way that it needs to be done, and we'll look forward to getting the report.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Christian.
I think my question's been answered. I appreciate it on his comments.
All right. Back to Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Here we are.
It's quick. You got back to the front of the line pretty quick. Yeah.
Will, as a part of this process, will we be doing every street, or will we be doing a few streets in different areas? How will that work? How will that actually work?
They are going to come in all at once and do every street until they are done with the system. So it's going to, they actually have, I believe, 8 vans. So.
And actually, their plan will basically indicate for us, hey, will it indicate something like prioritizing? Or just what is required
Absolutely,
to
yes,
replace
ma'am.
that street?
It's so, it is going to prioritize. I have seen some other maps that basically they're going to provide us with maps that actually shows when specific projects need to happen to make the biggest difference to our pavement condition index score, so that we don't have these streets that go from basically really needing attention to all of a sudden they have to be completely rehabbed.
Yeah.
And so those are the first things that we'll see come out of this. And they'll give us an educated way to approach this. So.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I think it was the second slide made reference to, let's see, take it back. It made reference to ASTM.
Yes, sir.
Can you, for the public's interest?
Yes, sir. So the ASTM is the American Society of Testing and Materials, and basically they set up all the standards. It's actually the one that's shown here is ASTM D6433, and that is specifically to roadway maintenance. So that's their plan, is to use this standard to apply to our roadways.
These are guidelines, if you will, correct? It's a
Absolutely.
proven, tested method.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, sir. And the big difference is it's not that we hadn't been using this standard. The difference is now is the technology that we have is actually capturing the true imperfections of our road. We're not making a guesstimate as to it's 50% cracked or 75% cracked. We will know truly what's there. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chavez. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Turpin, you went over this with us in a street subcommittee meeting, and I appreciate you getting this going. How is this, and maybe Mr. Atkinson is who I need to direct the question to. Is this 337 out of our $10 million worth of street maintenance, or is this separate?
I believe this is a separately budgeted line item. In other words, does
Okay.
not reduce the 10 million.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay, anything else for Mr. We've got microphone. Mr. Atkinson's had microphone problems today. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, anything else for Mr. Turpin? John, thank you very much. This is exciting. I look forward to having this. Council, any further comments? Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve item 6.9. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. All right. We'll move now to item 7.1. Item 7.1 is on page 398. Item 7.1 begins our regular agenda, which is item 7. Item 7.1 is an item from the City Secretary's office to consider appointments to the Electric Utility Board. Ms. Patterson-Harris, do you have a motion?
Okay. I do, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we appoint Pastor Solomon Fields to the Electric Utilities Board and reappoint current members of Daniel Odom, Kevin McMahon, Ms. Jane Henry, and Gwen Stafford.
Okay. Got a motion and a motion by Ms. Patterson-Harris, a second by Mr. Massengale. Council, is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Thank you for that motion, Ms. Patterson-Harris. We will now move to item 7.2. 7.2 is the first of, I believe, 10 public hearings on zone cases. Council, we've been asked on item 7.4 to postpone the consideration of the item until date certain of 12/1. The proponent could not get here due to, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was, well, that's not what I was told. Mr. Atkinson, can you provide me some clarity on this?
Mayor, item 7.4 is a request from the proponent. It is not the one that is related to the weather. This is a delay to allow them to continue to work before it comes back to the council. If you accepted the notion to delay to date certain of December 1st, you would take no action tonight. The public hearing would be republished, and all parties would be able to participate.
Right. Got to go at least a month to republish the public hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Council, are you okay with that?
Since why don't we go ahead and call that one up, so, because the proponent is here, and let him explain to the body what's going on. I've had conversations with Mr. Holman, and I think what he's trying to do is worthy of a postponement. So could we just call him up out of order?
Sure. Let's get a quick overview on 7.4, if you would. I know that Mr. Rice, I'm gonna turn you off, and you can get to that. Once you get there, I'll turn your slideshow back on. You can brief us on 7.4.
Sure. I am ready.
Okay. Okay, so this is zone case 2358N. It's on page 435, Mr. Isom.
Item 7.4, again, is case 2358N for Ford Development, represented tonight by Hugo Reed and Associates. The request is to rezone property from single-family District R1 to Commercial District C4 at 3402 Endler Avenue. We sent out 8 notifications and have received 4 total in opposition and none in favor. Your Planning and Zoning Commission minutes may read 2 notifications. We received 2 after that meeting. So here we show the location of the opposition across 34th Street in the same neighborhood. The existing zoning, the subject site outlined in orange is generally located south of Inler Avenue, west of Inler Avenue and south of 34th Street. The existing zoning on site, again, is single-family district R1, with the same zoning to the north and west, transition to the south and C4 to the east. The future land use map does call for single low-density residential in this area with commercial along Inler Avenue. Here we show some images of the subject site and its surroundings. You'll note in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the beginning of that subdivision to the north. The comprehensive plan does call for low-density residential in this area with commercial designated to the west or to the east. This proposal would extend the existing commercial along Inler Avenue back to the west of that, which would fit into the commercial node concept along major intersections. The proposed zoning is compatible with existing zoning in the area, as adjacent property is already zoned C4, and the proposed zoning would not require any additional public improvements. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by a vote of 7-0. Staff is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Let's get Mr. Holman to come up real quick and give us a quick overview, and then we'll maybe have questions for both of you guys. Evening, Terry.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Terry Holman with Hugo Reed & Associates. We're at 1601 Avenue N. I'm going to presume that you're going to allow us to postpone this, so I won't go into any opinions at this point. But just, we had presented this to Planning and Zoning Commission. We did have some opposition. We want to try to find a way to find some happy ground between our project and what the neighbors' desires are. Meanwhile, there are some just development and real estate decisions that we need to make on our side. The month of November allows us to do that. And if you postpone until December 1st, I think we'll know a lot more near the end of November, and that gives us the time to maybe reach out to the neighbors and see if we can find some common ground on it. So I would appreciate it if you would delay this to December 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Ms. Joy, you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, move to postpone to December the 1st, 2020 City Council meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Ms. Joy, you want to add anything to that? I think it's
I do, because I'm not real fond of postponements, but Mr. Holman contacted me and said he was working on some issues with neighbors and others, and he did do what should be done. I think he made some calls. He also sent letters to the people who were concerned to let them know. Is Mr. Johnson here? Dean, where are you? There you are. Mr. Johnson appeared at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing and spoke in opposition. I think, did you get your letter, Mr. Johnson? Okay. And he and I have been in contact with one another, but he showed up here tonight, and I think that's a good thing to do because you never know which way this will go. But I'm hoping that you all can reach resolution, and I appreciate the way both of you have handled this matter, and it's a good example to others. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to postpone item 7-4 to date certain, December 1st, 2020. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, Mr. Isom, let's go back now and go back to 7-2, and why don't we run through these quickly, and we'll pause at the end of every one for at the end of every case for any questions that council might have. Okay? We'll start with item 7-2. It's on page 401, zone case 0804A.
Item 7.2 is case 0804A for Tar Heel Holdings, represented tonight by Hugo Reed & Associates. The request is to rezone property from single-family District R1 to two-family District R2 at 1601, 1605, 1609, and 1613 Vassar Street The original request, as you see here, was to A1. That was the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission. However, their recommendation was to approve R2 rather than A1. We sent out 15 notifications and we received 1 in opposition. Here we show the location of the opposition across North Avenue P from the subject site. Here we show again the subject site outlined in orange. It's located generally south of Vassar Street and east of North Paris Avenue. Again, the existing zoning on site is R1, with R1 to the north, east, and west, and M2 to the south across Loop 289. The future land use map does call for low-density residential within this area. And here we've included some of the subject site photos, as well as some photos of the adjacent Loop 289 freeway. While the comprehensive plan does call for low-density residential uses in this area, the requested zoning can act as a buffer to the R1 districts to the north. And the proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding low-density residential developments, and no additional public infrastructure would be needed if approved. The Planning and Zoning Commission again approved this request to R2 rather than A1 by a unanimous vote. And staff is available for questions.
Questions for Mr. Isom? Let's move to item 7.3. It's on page 418, 2255T.
Item 7.3 is case 2255T for Keith McNeese for 3 Wiggle LLC. The request is to rezone property from local retail district C2 to commercial district C4 at 6402 Frankfurt Avenue. We sent out 15 notifications and we have received 1 in opposition and none in favor. Here we show the location of the opposition north of the subject site. They were essentially they were opposed because they didn't know exactly what kind of development was coming. Again, here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 64th Street and west of Frankfurt Avenue. Again, existing zoning on site is C2 with a mix of C4, C3, C4 specific use, and C2, all adjacent to that property along Frankfurt Avenue to the west, and then a mix to the east of C2, C3, and R1. The future land use map does call for commercial development within this area. Here's some images of the existing site and some of the development up and down Frankfurt Street and 64th Street, Frankfurt Avenue, sorry, and 64th Street. The comprehensive plan does call for commercial in this area, which is consistent with the request to C4. And the proposed zoning is compatible with existing zoning in the area, again, as multiple properties adjacent to this are already zoned C4. And this proposal will not require any additional public improvements. Again, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote.
Okay, questions for Mr. Isom? All right, let's go to item 7.5. It's on page 456, case 2538M.
Let me skip through this one real quick. Item 7.5 is case 2538M for Jay Jenkins, represented by Jay Jenkins Jr. The request is to rezone property from single-family district R1 to local retail district C2 and local retail district C2 with specific use for a telecommunications tower south of 34th Street and east of Alcove Avenue. We sent out 8 notifications and received 2 in opposition and none in support. Here we show the location of the 2 letters of opposition. They both seem to feel like that the tower would be too close to their residential property and their homes. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 34th Street and east of Alcove Avenue. Existing zoning on site is R1, with R1 to the east, south, and west, and C4 to the north. The future land use map does call for low-density residential within this area. Here we show some images of the subject site and the surrounding area. The 2 images on the right-hand side of the slide represent the subject site. And this is a site plan provided by the applicant. Some of the plans inside the packet note that the tower is limited to 250 feet in height, and as well as has a 340-foot setback to the nearest residential structure. While the comprehensive plan calls for low-density residential uses in this area, C2 is not consistent with this designation. However, it is appropriate at the intersection of two major thoroughfares. The proposed development is suitable at this location as the proposed tower must meet certain distance requirements from existing residential structures. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by a vote of 7-0, and staff is available for questions.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Isom on 7.5?
I have one. Normally, Mr. Isham, when we see these tower requests, we get a lot of information that has to do with where towers are located, proximity-wise, the size of the towers, things like that. I didn't see any of that with this request.
And there was a letter provided in your packet. I will admit, normally, when I've seen these towers, I've seen them from the larger national companies, and they provide about 75 to 80 pages
Right.
with all kinds of information. I believe Mr. Jenkins is here tonight. I can speak to what he's presented us. He gave us a letter rather than that entire packet.
And he's one of the proponents or related to one of the proponents?
I believe he's representing the property owner.
Okay.
We'll get to, when we begin consideration, we can get to that point. We'll have a public hearing. He can come at that point and make his case. Anything else on 7.5? Okay, let's go to 7.6, page 482, case 2538-0.
Item 7.6 is case 2538-0 for Rank Land Trust, or Rank Trust, represented by Lacey Nivens. The request is to rezone property from single-family District R1 to Interstate Highway Commercial, IHC, at 1905 and 1911 Kelsey Avenue and 8811 19th Street. We sent out 9 notifications and have received 1 in opposition and 1 in favor. Here we show the location of the opposition and the support. The opposition stated that they own multiple properties to the south of this and that they felt like it would not be in the best interest of the mobile home park to rezone this portion to IHC. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 19th Street, again and east of Kelsey Avenue. The existing zoning on site is R1, with R1 to the west and to the south, C4 to the east, and IHC to the north. The future land use map does call for commercial development in this area. And here we show some images of the subject site and some of the surrounding areas. We also provided some images in your packet, and I have them if you'd like to see them today. The applicant stated during the Planning and Zoning Commission that they have a similar use at 7931 19th Street, in which they have a warehouse and some outside storage. If this request is approved at Interstate Highway Commercial, outside storage would not be permitted as part of that request. So we want to make sure that that is understood, and we voiced that to the applicant as well. The comprehensive plan does call for commercial development in this area, which can take many forms, and we believe that IHC fits within these forms and in the intended commercial designation. The proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding area, as the site has not been used as a residential use since its annexation. No additional public improvements would be required to support the intensity of uses. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, are there questions on item 7.6? Let's go to item 7.7, case 2926D. This is on page 506.
Item 7.7 is case 2926D for Myers Financial Corporation, represented by AMD Engineering. The request is to rezone property from single-family District R1 specific use for reduced setbacks, or to reduce setback single-family R1A at various addresses listed in your agenda. We sent out 106 notifications and have received 2 in opposition and 3 in favor. Here we show the location of some of the opposition and support. Here we show the subject sites outlined in orange, generally located south and north of 105th Street and east of Utica Avenue. The existing zoning on site is R1 specific use with R1 specific use surrounding on all sides. The future land use map does call for low-density residential within this area. Here we show some images of the subject site. Most of them, or all of the proposed subject sites are currently vacant with multiple sites around them as developed. So this request is in response to multiple building permits that have been approved with setbacks that were not allowed. We reached out, a new building permit came in recently. We reached out to the developer, let them know that that did not meet setbacks. And we looked at the two options they had, which was to request variances on all these properties or to come in and propose to rezone. There had been a few properties that had requested variances, and those were denied. So this is the direction that they chose, to rezone with the reduced setback for a garage at the rear of the property. That said, the comprehensive plan does call for low-density residential in this area, and R1A does fit into this designation. And the proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding area, as it will not change the current land use, but allow for consistent development to continue within the subdivision. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Let's move to item 7.8. It's on page 527, zone case 3096F.
Item 7.8 is case 3096F for Red Canyon Development, represented by Hugo Reed and Associates. The request is to rezone property from single-family district R1 specific use to two-family district, generally located north of 114th Street and east of Atlanta Avenue. We sent out 9 notifications and have received none in opposition or in favor. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of 114th Street and east of Atlanta Avenue. The existing zoning on site, again, is R1 specific use, with the similar zoning to the north and to the west, C3 to the east, and two-family district and high-density apartment to the south. The future land use map does call for low-density residential in this area. And here we have some images of the surrounding site. Most of it currently sits vacant. The comprehensive plan does call for low-density residential uses in this area, which can take many forms, and R2 does fit into this designation. And the proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding area, as it will not change the current land use, but allow for the increase in the allowed home types, including two-family homes and townhomes. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommends approval of this request by unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Anything on 7.8, council? Okay, let's go to 7.9. It's on page 541, zone case 3417.
Item 7.9 is a request by Centerline Engineering, who's representing Rick Beatonbow, to rezone property from transition to garden office, light manufacturing, and commercial district C4. Generally located south of 66th Street and east of Alcove Avenue. We sent out 14 notifications and received 0 in favor or in opposition. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange. Again, generally located south of 66th and east of Alcove Avenue. Current zoning on site is transition, with a future land use map calling for low-density residential in this area, along with, you'll see the red dot, that would be considered the commercial node concept. Here we show some images of the subject site, again, mostly vacant, with a little bit of development to the west. Here we show their proposal of how they propose to rezone this. Additionally, initially they had come in with one zoning on the entire site, and through some conversations with staff, they began to buffer some of those manufacturing uses from the single-family developments to the west with C4 commercial district and garden office. The future land use map does designate this area for low-density residential. However, the applicant has configured the zoning districts to provide maximum protection from the developments to the west to the manufacturing development that they're proposing. It's also suitable next to the surrounding property. The property to the east began development as a manufacturing facility prior to its annexation, has continued that development. And the Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions on 7.9? Okay, let's go to item 710. It's on page 563, zone case 3420.
Item 710 is case 3420 for Shepherd Woodworks, represented by Kent Shepherd. The request is to rezone property from single-family district and transition to local retail district C2 at 5802 Princeton Street. We sent out 5 notifications and have received none in opposition or in favor. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of Princeton Street and west of North Frankfort Avenue. Again, the existing zoning on site is a mix of R1 and transition, and the future land use map calls for low-density residential uses in this area. Here we show some subject site photos of the subject site and some of the surrounding development. You'll note that most of it is vacant. The comprehensive plan does call for low density in this area. However, C2 can act as a buffer from the residentially zoned property to the west and the thoroughfare to the east. The proposed zoning is compatible with the surrounding area, as again, it would act as a buffer between the residentially zoned property to the west. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by a unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions on item 710? Okay, let's go to item 711. It's on page 577, zone case 3421.
Item 711 is case 3421 for HF&C fees represented by Zach Garth. The purpose of this rezoning is to rezone from property zone transition in IHC to M1. We sent out 13 notifications, received 2 in favor and 1 in opposition. And here we show the location of the opposition and the support. The opposition felt like the property should remain something more of a residential or commercial or office use and not lean towards manufacturing. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 82nd Street and east of Alcove Avenue. Again, current zoning is interstate highway commercial and transition. And the future land use map calls for commercial uses within this area. And here we show some of the subject site photos. The property, the one in the top left is the actual subject site with some of the surrounding developments to the east, south, and north. While the comprehensive plan does designate this area for commercial and light retail and low-density residential uses, these uses can take on numerous forms. Although M1 is not consistent with these designations, it is appropriate as it's expanding an existing use adjacent to the property. And the proposal will not change the surrounding area or the character of the existing development, again, as it is to continue that existing development HF&C feeds. With that, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request by unanimous vote. Staff is available for questions.
Questions on 711? How do we pronounce that street? Is that Zadar, or do we say it Zadar?
I think you get.
I'm just curious. I'm serious. I've
Zadar.
never. Huh? Zadar?
That's how
We're going to
I
go
would
with that.
pronounce it.
Okay. I just was wondering how we pronounce it. Or Zader. Okay, Ms. Joy says Zader. Okay. Dark Zader? Is that okay. All right. Council, want to make sure staff was awake back there. It appears that they are, so I'm sure it looks like they're having a little bit of a lottery on that one. Okay, let's talk about how we want to handle these. I think we're going to handle, we've already taken 7-4 and postponed it to date certain. The proponent on 7-9 couldn't get here tonight because of weather. If they thought if there was a problem, we could postpone it. Council, if we're good with it, I think we can move forward with it. I know we have at least 7-9. 7-7, we also have a situation where the proponent has same situation, but we don't have to have them here. So we both of them reached out to us to express because of travel, weather-related travel, that they're not here. How do you want to handle are you okay with the public hearing collectively, council? Okay. Mr. Eisen, we're done with you for a little bit.
All right.
just for a little bit.
I'll go wake these guys up
Yeah,
back here.
yeah, go back, y'all decide, you know. Dark Zadar, Zadar. Okay, Zadar. Okay, goodness. All right, we're going to have a public hearing for items 7.2, 7.3, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, 7.10, and 7.11. I will open that public hearing now. Anybody that would like to speak in opposition to any of these zone cases, please come forward. Anyone that would like to speak in opposition to any of these zone cases, please come forward. Okay, let's switch to the other side. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of any of these zone cases, please come forward. Terry, I think you might have a couple. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir. I have items 7.2 and back to the agenda, 7.8. 7.2 is our Tar Heel Holdings zone request on the North Loop. We did originally ask for A1 zoning. I always do that because we're at this stage in the game. A1 offers us a lot of choices. There was a little bit of pushback at planning and zoning. One of the neighbors across the street didn't really like the quote-unquote apartments across the street from him. For what we want to develop, R2 works fine for us, and so that was a nice compromise we were all able to make there that evening. So it's a very small piece of property, not much we can do with it, quite frankly. It likely would be duplexes or things that are akin to townhomes, you know, things like that. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on that one. On item 7.8, this is on behalf of Red Canyon Development. Red Canyon has acquired the remainder of the Abbey Glen residential development from Ford Development. We're pushing forward with those plans. It's the same basic concept as what we had done before. We're just, I hate to use this word, but tweaking a little bit. And so we had a couple of pods of development that we want to do. One section is townhomes and one section is garden homes. The R2 zoning allows us to do that, and it's, you can see from the map, it's nestled in kind of right behind the commercial, so we felt like that was a good fit. I'd be happy to answer any questions on either one of those.
Okay, questions for Mr. Holman on 7.2 or 7.8. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Holman, if I'm reading this right, that's right next door to the new United.
It's
at 114.
Just behind, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay,
Yes.
that'll be a good addition to that corner. Thank you very much.
We think so, thank you.
That's on 7.8, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, 7.8, yeah. Mr. Chattis.
Thank you, Mayor. 7.2, Mr. Holman.
Yes.
You said you did speak to the gentleman or the family that wasn't very happy about the apartments coming up?
There was a gentleman that showed up at Planning and Zoning. I hadn't been made aware of the opposition, his opposition before that meeting. He made it pretty clear that he wasn't too fond of the A1 zoning designation. So we backed off to the R2, and at the meeting, he seemed satisfied with that.
Reached an agreement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for rooftops.
Yeah, you would do all
Nothing
we
worse
can.
than having a huge empty
Absolutely.
area. Much
Yes.
appreciated.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Anything else for Mr. Holman? Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Okay, any other people that would like to speak in favor of any of these zoning cases? Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Council. Jay Jenkins, Jr., speaking on behalf of Jay Jenkins, my father, for the case on Alcove and 34th Street. It's C5, I believe. We did have two letters of
It's a
opposition.
case, excuse me, Mr. Jenkins, case 7-5, counsel. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Please continue.
We did have two letters of response come in that were formally put into the previous meeting. I reached out to both of those individuals, Paul Moore and Jack Mitchell, visited with them. They were a little bit unclear as to what the long-term plan was for the piece of property. So after speaking with both of those individuals, we've reached an understanding of what's going on, and they're satisfied as well. So no issues there. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. It sounded like there was a possibility of a few.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on 7.5? Ms. Joy?
I was at that planning and zoning meeting, and I didn't detect y'all had an agreement at that time. There were concerns because you're placing it right on the corner of your property. There were concerns about whether it was needed or not. And that was my question about the information we generally get shows us locations of different towers. You know, sometimes there's definitely a dead spot. But I think the questions that were asked at planning and zoning had to do with the tower, typical questions about what happens if it falls, blows over, that sort of thing. I never did figure out if it was collapsible or not. It appeared that you said that it would bend in half if something happened to it. So there were just a lot of real questions about that tower. I think that's where, does your dad live on that property?
No, ma'am.
There is a house there.
There is a house there that has an occupant in there, and so we don't plan on doing anything different to the piece of property until their lease is up, where we can change our plans for that piece of property. But the tower the location where we want to put it is far enough away from that residence that it meets all of the requirements the city has for the property. Putting it in that far southeast corner gives us the room to keep it away from the roads, as those roads are going to get enlarged and built up. And currently, there's nothing else back to the south and the east of that piece of property. Can we pull up that overhead map by chance?
Yeah, we can do that.
But it does, that corner is, the gentleman who owns the land next to it is the one who had the objections.
Yeah, and he didn't mail anything in. He was just present at that meeting. His big objection was if he ever wanted to put homes on his piece of property, then that tower could possibly be close enough to, you know, as you say, fall on that, his houses. But currently, he has no plans to do any of that. So it's pure speculation at this point, and he's just voicing his opinion based on trying to protect that.
But if the tower, if we approve the tower, and then he builds his homes, he has no recourse. You understand that?
Right.
And I think that's his concern. Is this a business that you have in Amarillo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess I'm curious about why you want to put a cell tower out there in the middle of that particular area.
Well, that piece of property has been in our family for a long time, and we would like to do something with it that will be advantageous down the road instead of an old farm home that's just being rented out. We'd like to turn it into a commercial piece of property, clean it up, make it a little bit more, less of an eyesore, and also just productive for different options down the road. The tower, the reason we would like to put a tower there is there's already currently 2 small towers on that piece of property that have been there probably 25, 30 years. They're in bad condition, and we would like to basically put in a tower that's commercially designed, engineered and designed to hold more weight and loading for future needs if that needs ever occurs, especially if residential continues to build in that area. There's going to be the need for services to those residential areas from internet providers and cellular providers and everyone. And currently, we don't have a tower in Lubbock to be able to give you. And so my understanding when we put in the application was we needed to give you a list of towers that we had in the area, and which we don't have anything in Lubbock County. So that's the reason why there was nothing included in that letter showing, tower sites that we have available.
But are there other towers nearby? That's my understanding from the meeting, that there is another tower
There's
nearby.
another tower about a quarter of a mile north. I believe it's owned by the city of Lubbock. And it's more advantageous to us, we're also in the communication industry, to build our own tower so that we're not having to go out and lease space on those towers. One, because sometimes it's not feasible for what we're trying to accomplish in the area.
I guess my concern is that you don't know what you're going to do with your property. The neighbor doesn't know what he's going to do with his, but we're going to put a cell tower out there. Normally, when they come to us, they have some plan for what they're going to do, and so we know what we're dealing with. Right now, we're just dealing with a tower out in the middle.
Well, our long-term plan for that piece of property is to put something commercial there.
But you've not applied for C2 zoning there?
Yes, the whole piece of property has been applied for C2 zoning.
Okay, so it's the whole property?
Yes,
Okay.
and then that very small
Missed that.
corner is approved, has been applied
Okay.
for special use.
Specific use, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Jenkins.
I don't have a question for Mr. Jenkins. I think the question that I have will be for Mr. Atkinson.
Okay,
Mr.
let's.
Satterwhite.
Okay, Mr. Massingill for Mr. Jenkins, then we'll come back to you, Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jenkins, is there an equipment building that's associated with the antenna? Most of the time when you build these cell towers, I know there's equipment buildings.
Yeah, today's technology allows us to put a smaller footprint at the tower site. And so
Okay.
most of it's going to be on like a raised platform on an outdoor cabinet.
And is that, I see that there's a fence here. Is that a screening fence?
It can be. It's just a perimeter security fence currently. The need right now we don't see the need for something any more than just like a chain link fence with security wire around the top of it.
I know we've done several of these, and we've required screening fences just to ensure that we've covered up the equipment. Why not a monopole?
Monopoles, they're a little bit more difficult to work on and put equipment on. You're limited because you can really only put equipment on platforms on the monopoles. Whereas a lot of the companies, the company that's currently leasing space on the two towers that are there currently is an internet provider, and they typically put lots of antennas and different kind of cabling on the tower that doesn't really go well on monopoles, just because they put them at so many different heights. And so from a cost perspective, a monopole is considerably more expensive to put equipment on for companies like that.
I know a lot of these, again, that we've done have been monopoles. I think some people probably believe a monopole is more aesthetically pleasing.
Sure. Cellular companies like monopoles because they have all their equipment is at one level.
Okay.
Typically with the other type of individuals, internets, private communication systems or private LTE systems, they're going to bring in microwave dishes and have other directional antennas that are not always at the same height.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Patterson-Harris, I believe you had a question for Mr. Atkinson.
Yes, he or Mr. Satterwhite. Is this one of those, the situation where it's an offer that we just can't refuse?
Mr. Satterwhite.
I think I'm on now. By that, I think you're referring to what I would call the privileged nature of the application, in that under federal statute, an application for a telecommunications tower is subject to local regulation, but only in very limited terms. And if the application is voted down, there must be findings made in writing that produce or that present substantial evidence into the record. What that means, I couldn't tell you precisely. I know that some of the authority I've seen is less than a preponderance of evidence, but more than a scintilla. But the local authority has an ability to regulate, but it is a little bit choked down, if I could say it that way.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Joy.
I just want to be sure those two towers that exist are coming down. We're not going to have 3 towers out there.
That is correct.
They're coming down.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
All right, other proponents, anyone here to speak in favor of any of these other zoning cases? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, how do you want to continue, consider these as a group? How do you want to handle this? Is Joy, you okay with that?
I think so.
Well, I think I've got some concurrence. I don't see anybody against that. So, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Patterson Harris. I don't want to get ahead of us.
I should have asked this question because I'm on 7.6.
7.6, okay.
I think that's the one. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's the one right off of West 19th and to the south, correct? Okay.
Right.
Because can I ask for some,
Mr. Isom?
Mr. Isom to come forward and kind of give me some examples of the things that fall up under the IHC?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, it was muffled with my mask. Can you give me some examples, and maybe I didn't see them on the information provided, some examples of IHC that could be at that location? I am concerned because we do have individuals who are living to the west of that, the proposed property. Yeah, yeah.
Sure. And part of the review is that there's existing IHC directly across 19th Street. And that in addition to that, this development exists currently down the street. They're not moving the whole thing here. They're just kind of expanding that existing use. But again, we let them know that everything has to happen inside the building. With this one, because it's going to Interstate Highway Commercial and not M1, M1 would allow the office warehouse type development with some outside storage. This doesn't. So that's one of the things that we've tried to stress is that this does not allow for the outside storage. I think we said it at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting as well as tonight.
And I understand, but in those other places,
And part of it is we're looking at what's next door. What's directly to the east, again, is a self-storage facility. Again, everything has to happen inside the building. So we kind of look at it as similar uses in the area. Why they chose IHC rather than something a little bit less restrictive, I'm not sure. But again, the applicant let us know that she wasn't able to make it tonight either because of weather.
all right, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to have that one separate, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll pull 7.6.
On that, something less would be, might not require that the storage be inside. For example, C4.
The least restrictive to allow for the outside storage is M1.
Okay.
But C4, again, would be fairly similar to this. I think, we've seen a handful of office warehouse cases recently where C4 and M1, the difference was outside storage or no outside storage.
The facility that they have that is just to the, I guess it would be to the east, it's a long-time business. I think, is it like a pipe company? I was trying to remember. She was at the meeting.
Is it drilling?
Yeah, it's Rex McFadden, that's what it is.
They're pretty good looking. They take good care of their
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons they wanted that additional place was so they could put some of their items in storage that they didn't have room for at their current location. So that was why I felt like, based upon making them keep everything inside, and then across to the west, to the east, between the two buildings, is like a car lot or something, isn't it?
On the existing development?
Between the existing development and the one that they're proposing, isn't there it's quite a big distance of space. I probably need to work on getting a Well-
interactive map in here so we can scroll
Well,
around.
Kelsey Avenue runs next to the proposed change, and then just to the west, on the corner
Oh,
of
right here.
Kelsey and 19th, I think that, there's a bunch of old cars and stuff like that there.
Let's see. I don't have it in my site photos.
You don't have that picture. I thought we had that at the zoning meeting, because I remember the question being asked. No, 19th and Kelsey is what it says.
Triple J Auto Sales?
Yeah, Triple J Auto Sales, that's it. That's what's just to the east on the corner.
Okay, so we're gonna consider, Ms. Patterson Harris, which one, you want to consider this one separately? Yes, sir. That's case 7-6, is that right? Okay. All right, so we'll take it separately, we'll consider cases, I'll open the floor for a motion for case 7-2, 7-3, 7-5, 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, and 7-11. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Childers. Council, further discussion on that motion? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you got anything?
No, sir. Thank you.
Just checking on you.
Taking a nap.
Thank you.
Ms. Joyce says you're taking a nap. We know that's not true.
2 cups of coffee. No, I'm not.
Okay. So, okay, we've got a motion on the floor to approve on first reading items 7-2, 7-3, 7-5, 7-7, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, and 7-11. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now go to item 7-6. It's on page 482. Before we have further discussion, let's get a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Okay, Ms. Patterson Harris.
I have nothing further, I've gotten all the information that I need.
Okay, okay.
I'm just still concerned that, concerns that the citizens have, so.
So your concern is that they would extend the use, the way part of this land is already being used, and the way it's being used similarly to the east of that. That's what it looks like. Those look like warehouses. Is that what those are, mini warehouses?
Self-storage.
Storage, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then across, it's got similar zoning north across 19th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the concern that we have is from residents due west. Is that correct?
The property that he owned was to the west. However, he said he also owns multiple properties to the south in that manufactured home subdivision, mobile home subdivision. And he felt like it would be a deterrent to zone this that would allow us for some type of storage facility trying to enter into that subdivision.
It would be a deterrent, say that again?
Like a deterrent, and he just felt like it would detract from the mobile home subdivision to the south.
I don't know if I understand what you're saying. He's wanting to change this in an effort to deter.
No. The property owner that's in opposition
Oh,
also owns property in that subdivision, the mobile home subdivision to the south. And he feels like this would maybe deter or kind of inhibit his development to the south. He just doesn't feel like this would be compatible with what they've got going on.
His desire is to continue for
To leave it the way it is.
type things to happen in that area. It feels like the changing this to IEC, this particular piece, will prevent that from happening or deter people from looking at it. Okay.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Isom? Thank you, Brian. Okay, we've got, any further discussion on this one? Okay, we got a motion and a second to approve item 7.6 on first reading. All those in favor of that, please say aye. 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 Opposed by the same sign? Aye. Motion carries 6-1. Okay, Mr. Isom, I think we have one more item from you. It's item 7.12, or it's from planning, I believe. It's a item on 590, page 595. It's regarding downtown parking and an ordinance amendment there. And I believe you have I believe there's a short presentation on this. Are you presenting this?
Very brief.
You're brief. Okay.
So this began with the adoption of the downtown master plan. And one of the implementation strategies was for us to relook at parking. This goes hand in hand with what we're working on with the Unified Development Code. And that the way we look at the parking currently in Lubbock is the standards are very high. So in kind of an effort to help development and spur redevelopment in downtown, what we're proposing to do is cut the existing parking regulations in all the CB districts by half. I will preface that with there are, I think, 5 uses throughout this entire area that they've already done that. So churches, funeral homes, game rooms, brew pubs, that big group of uses. I think there's 5 that have all already had their parking requirements reduced. So we didn't change those. We reduced everything else that was in the CB districts. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Ms. Joy.
Just they're working on the UDC to change all that zoning downtown. Is this just kind of an interim ordinance to deal with now as
Yes.
opposed to later?
Yes, and we're going to continue to study, even through this process, how these reductions work, as well as when we get to the UDC. They're already looking at proposing some parking reductions in downtown to go along with these. So we'll continue to, it'll continue to evolve. This won't just be the end-all, be-all. We'll continue to work on it.
But this is for right now?
This is for right now.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Other comments or questions? Okay, can we get a motion to begin consideration of this item?
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Maskell, for the motion, Ms. Joy for the second. Further discussion, council? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 7.12, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me.
We'll have to have a public hearing on this prior to
I'm
consideration
so
of it.
sorry. You're right. It's posted as such. All right. So we've got a motion. Let's hold that motion.
Okay.
So it's okay to get a motion, but we do need to have a public hearing. Item 7.12 is a public hearing on an ordinance that amends Chapter 40 of the zoning of the City of Lubbock Code of Ordinances to allow for parking reductions in the West Broadway, CB1, Broadway 13th Main Central Business, CB2, General Business District, CB3, Depot, CB4, Civic Center Central Business, CB5, and Arts Central Business, CB6 districts, all in downtown Lubbock. Before I open the public hearing, before we have our public hearing, we've already gotten an overview from staff. So we will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the ordinance revisions? Anybody wants to speak on ordinance revisions? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Council, we've got a motion and a second on the floor for this item. Is there further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve item 712, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Mr. Satterwhite, thank you for that catch. All right. We'll now move to item 713. 713 is on page 613. This is the second reading of the impact fee ordinance. This comes to us from engineering. I believe we have a really short or a considerably shorter presentation than what we've been seeing from Mr. Keenum. But we will turn we'll turn this over to Mr. Keenum. Mike?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Yes, this is intended to be extremely short. This is the second read. First slide here, just wanted to recap the 3 amended motions that you approved at the last council meeting. The first one was to modify all single-family residential to 50%, the 50% reduction. That does occur on page 8 of the amended ordinance that you have in the backup documents. And also, the city may spend funds from eligible sources to reduce the impact fees. That shows up on page 13 of your amended ordinance. And then also to set the effective date of water and wastewater 1 year beyond the effective date of the ordinance, and that occurs on page 3 and on page 15. So it occurs in 2 different places in that amended ordinance. So all 3 of those motions that you approved last time are included in the amended ordinance that you have before you tonight. This is a table that you've seen before. This just simply includes the amendments. Basically, the first line on that table is the only thing that's changed from what you've seen in the past. This shows the 50% reduction for all single family. It does keep G and H at 0, as was already approved in the ordinance on the first read. And this is just a graphical way to see that exact same thing. You see those different single family homes with the 50% reduction applied throughout the city. And then that's just the service areas again. That's all I have for presentation for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keenum. I'm sure we'll bring you back at some point. I'm going to ask, before we get a motion to begin consideration, I'm going to ask the city manager to make some general comments. I think there've been some, when we talked this morning, he suggested that maybe some of the questions that he had received, he might be able to make some comments that would be helpful as we begin consideration of this on second reading. Mr. Atkinson?
Thank you, Mayor. Be glad to do that. And I guess some of the challenges I've had this evening, is the microphone working?
No, sir.
Okay, I've got a thumbs up from 2 chiefs, so it's got to be approved.
They must have good ears.
I can't hear it from up here, but I think the audience, you can't hear it?
It's not coming through our monitors.
Yeah.
Wes, is there,
Maybe it's going out there.
Wes,
Maybe
is there
it's going
anything
out
you can
there.
do to the monitors?
Okay, let's go. If
Yeah,
they can hear you on the back row, Mr. Payne, can you hear him?
yeah.
Okay. I just checking with you because, you know, you're closer to my age and not closer to their age. So anyway, yeah. Okay,
So-
please continue, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a clarification, and Mr. Satterwhite and others are double checking that we have it worded correctly. The third point on the amended notes that Mr. Keenum had was talking about water and wastewater. So the motion that the council had before them that ultimately ended up in what's in your packet this evening, it's really best worded in the reverse. You cannot reconsider the 0 for water, wastewater until a full year after the effective date of your ordinance. So it is providing that extended layout period that I believe you've had some requesters ask for. We'll double check that the wording in the ordinance itself matches for that. I've had some really good questions. Have actually been to 2 different trade groups to speak, since we've done this the first time since you passed on first reading. Council questions that have come up also. What happens now? Should the council pass this, with the exceptions of G and H, as it's proposed, you're going to generate an amount of money. So when and what does the city do with that? So we'll go back to our example that we had 2 weeks ago, with where we basically sit with a 50% discount across the board, other than G and H, which are 100% discount. We generate 25 cents of every dollar of those projects that are listed in the capital plans. And remember that those capital plans are unique to each roadway service area. So that's why the rates are also different. But just for sake of example, I'll pick E, the one at the bottom of the page that's up in front of us. We'll collect 25 cents on a dollar for all those projects over a sequence of 10 years. We don't get all that money in the first year, and in fact would suggest to you that you'll have no impact fee funded projects in the first year. So we're set today. Should the council go forward, the effective date is next June. That's when it starts. So you'll have that whole first year, you'll still be working out those properties that were previously platted, that kind of came in under the line, so to speak. So your first year collections are likely not going to match the projections that you have. But by year 2, you really are seeing the impact of growth and the impact of the collection of these fees. So what do we do? What do we do as a city council when we come forward? Each year that we can capture those impact fees by service area, you're basically going to build what today is 6 different capital budgets, because the collections in each district will be different. So they'll be standing alone. There's 2 ways to start pulling those projects down. One way, and this is being done in some cities close to us, they're about 18 months ahead of where Lubbock is in this process. One way is you take the amount of money that you've collected, and that's the amount of money you spend. So you're going to do 25% of the work, and that's somewhat simplified, but 25% of the work. The second way is to match that 25% with something up to the city's 75%. How do you fund that? So in today's city budget, the passage of impact fees does not free up dollars that become available to make that match. So you're looking at some form of new money. That could be through any eligible rate that comes into the general fund. It could be through debt, it could be through taxes. You'll make those decisions first after you see the collection rates. Is E, in my example, collecting at the same rate that the model that we have in front of us works? If so, can we use that as debt service? Could you potentially use existing city INS money, so your interest and sinking fund money? That is the debt portion of your tax rate. Recall that that's the biggest reduction in your tax rate for this new year that we've just started. But as we continue to pay down, almost like Gateway, you build a capacity. Is that how you would choose to use that? You can. Legally, each year, that unused piece of the INS, if you maintain it, it's technically a tax increase. There's not any other way to look at it. Legally, it's stated as a tax increase. Practically, it is not one more dollar out of someone's pocket. It's rather the same dollar. It's just now going to a different project from where it was first associated. So there's 2 ways. Take the cash that collects by district, by roadway service area, and only use that much to work on your capital plan. That's going to get you 25% of the way. That's 25% farther than we have the ability to go today. So it is better. Rather, you could also add to it. You can do that again with any, lawful use of the general fund dollars, and or by matching it with short-term debt issuances. We're talking about road projects. So we're pushing to short-term, we would want to stay on short-term as we go forward. I would note that in some areas, depending on changes that may or may not occur, I think the council should consider expectation versus income, and that may come, take an area, I'll stay on E just because we're there. If its collections are much slower than what's in that model, you're not generating enough fast enough to take that first big step. The expectation's still going to be there because our developers have been assessed and our people that have pulled permits have paid. But if it takes it longer to ramp up, you're going to have to delay when you begin the imposition of that project. Any questions for me on that, on how the finance piece of this is going to work?
No, thank you, that's helpful. Anything else you have to add, Mr. Atkinson?
The only other one, and it's been mentioned here, I have been asked about the way the credit program works. Again, I have a much overly simplified example, and we've got folks in the audience that understand this much better than I, but allow me to use a very simplified example. If a roadway service area was a single section of land, they're bigger than that, but if it was one single section, it has 4 miles of arterial road around it. As those builders, as those permit pullers are paying into that impact fee, that is coming into the city. We have that list of eligible capital projects. The city decides which dollar to spend on which project that's in that capital list. Okay? We may decide we like the South Arterial. That's the one we feel is most in need to be funded through the impact fee program, and that's the one you could do first if the council approves. It may not be the most beneficial, though, to those development entities that are the ones out doing the work and spending the money. And that's where the credit program comes in. They can, to some extent, control where this is going to go if they go and do it themselves, and on the back end, take a credit against what they would have been assessed. So those are the two big ones I've been asked over the last 2 weeks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council, we've got the item in front of us. Is there a motion to begin consideration? So moved. Thank you, Mr. Massico. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Okay, open the floor for discussion. Ms. Patterson-Harris, excuse me.
Thank you. I'm going. I was just want to say a special thank you to Mr. Atkinson, Ms. Jessica, and Mr. Mike, and everybody that I yanked in to have these conversations because, well, it let me know that I was not crazy last time, and I did know what I was talking about. I had gotten confused. But even with that said, after visiting with them, some of the concerns that I've had has led me to, and I have some information to hand out to the council if I can, just to, for some definitions. I would like to make a motion at this time, if I may.
Please.
I move to amend section 41.02.003C of the ordinance concerning roadway impact fees to provide the following discounts in service areas C and D. A 50% discount for the land uses found within the industrial land use category on the item that I've handed out to you, which is the land use vehicle mile equivalency table, table 31, a 100% discount for all other land uses, and update to corresponding chart for conformance with these changes.
Okay, so say that one, don't read all the 40 point whatever, but read the highlights of that. 50%.
50% discount to the land uses that fall within industrial land use that are listed in the category and the table.
So that would be similar to all the other. That'd be
exactly.
Similar to the motion we have today, right?
I believe that one category would be no changes being made.
No change. Yes. Okay.
And 100% discount for all other land uses and of course, this is in service areas C and D.
Okay, we got a motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, Ms. Patterson-Harris, talk to us about that.
I begin kind of looking at the area and almost comparing it to H and G. The service area D is not far from those two areas, H and G. I was concerned they're not any of the major arterials or anything like that that would be required at this time, and then I feel that it would be pose a hardship for the citizens in that area with those impact fees being passed on to them by those who might build. I understand that that's a business decision, but I'm looking more at affordability. Those builders who are actually building in the area at this time, I do not want to impede the progress that they are making in the area. And that's my concern.
Okay, so, all right, so it would be zero, it'd be a full discount.
Yeah, 100% and
100%
or
discount
zero
on
or zero
everything except
impacts.
industrial.
Exactly.
Okay, council, questions, comments? Ms. Joy?
Given that amendment, I would like to hear from Mr. Payne, who was chairman of the SEAC committee, to come up. And I've got a few questions for you before we get to the amendment. I think when we considered this on first reading, we didn't take advantage of your being in the audience, which was probably a mistake on our part. And so I have a few questions about the SEAC committee's proposal, because originally it was 100% on residential with the exception of homes that were 2,000 square feet or less, I believe. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am,
correct?
that's correct.
And on commercial, you all had recommended the 100% as well, or less?
No, 50%.
50%,
Yes.
okay.
Commercial and,
So I guess my question is, why on the 100%, and it was on all service areas except G and H, is that right?
yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So just talk to me about the residential piece of it, and then we'll move over into the C and D piece of it, okay?
Okay.
All right.
The residential discussion was the first thing out of the box with the SEAC committee. And the focus of most of the discussion, the majority of the discussion, up until later in the process. And so it was the first thing that was directly addressed. And the proposal that was made by the SEAC committee was made based on the math that was done by the consultants that the city hired. And that math provided a number that said this is the number that needs to be collected in order to build the projects that are projected to need to be built in the next 10 years. Now, I have to interject. For the entirety of the life of the SEAC committee, from start to today, it was represented over and over again, I can't tell you how many times, that by state law, the city is required to provide their part of the funds to match the impact fees. Possibly I misunderstood our city manager. I understood him to say a moment ago, now that the city has the option to collect the impact fee money, whatever that increment is, and to only spend that money without matching it. I will tell you that the impact fee committee has never heard that before, and has only ever heard that the city is required to match those funds, to match them either 50-50 or in whatever way it's determined by the council, they would be matched. I can tell you that my support of impact fees, which goes back to the subcommittee appointed by the CPAC committee to discuss impact fees, my support of the idea of impact fees goes back to that time. And I have always, without equivocation, stated that my support was based on the singular reason that they are controlled by state law, that the city is required to be accountable for the use of those funds. This idea is a massive, major change to everything that has been discussed by the SEAC committee. If I understood what the city manager said correctly, and maybe I did not.
If I could speak,
Please.
Mr. Payne.
Please.
You did hear me correctly, and I'm being checked as we speak. If I'm mistaken, I will gladly pull that back. Gladly.
I think we need to know the recommendation you have in front of you by the committee is based on what has been represented to the committee over and over again. And at the second reading of the ordinance is incredibly late for this to show up, if in fact it is correct. I'll move on, and we'll come back to that, I'm sure. The discount recommended by the SEAC committee based on homes under 2,000 square feet. The 2,000 square feet is not part of the consultant's mathematical calculation, nor is it a provable mathematical calculation, and I've said that when it has been discussed. It is a number, the concept of which is based on discussions that I had with builders. And the question was, at what point in the size of a house, and obviously the price can vary. So again, this is not scientific, it's a best effort. But at what point is the home buyer affected by the impact fee? So home buyers in the less expensive part of the market undergo a process that's different from others. They almost universally first consult with their mortgage company to find out how much of a house they can buy. What do they qualify for? Those people are affected by every incremental cost. And so the effort was to address that beyond a certain point, those buyers don't undertake the same process. They meet with their builder, they plan their house, they discuss the budget that they perceive they have, but they don't have the same kind of restriction going in where they know they can only borrow this much money and this much only. And so it was an effort to reduce the impact on those people. Can I prove that 2,000 square feet is the right number? No. Can anyone else prove that 1,800 feet is the right number? No. If the council saw fit to change that number, I certainly would understand it. That is one thing in this picture that is not a scientifically calculatable number. It can't be proven that way. But it is an effort to address, as Mrs. Patterson-Harris said, affordability, and that's precisely the same point. So we're kind of have the same goal in mind there, even though the result that we're proposing is different, but it's the same idea.
Yes. I guess after the last meeting, I did a little soul searching myself. And there were issues raised that had been addressed, but apparently didn't get put in the place they need to be put. For example, we spent a lot of time talking about street maintenance, which has absolutely nothing to do with impact fees. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's a totally different issue. This is new development, and it's based upon a capital improvement plan that we've set out exactly what those projects are. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. That was part of the preliminary report that was submitted at the June 23 council meeting.
Right. And so that brought me back to what Mr. Atkinson talked about earlier. And this was my thought, that this ordinance will put a burden on the city to meet our responsibility to pay our portion of the streets and roadways construction in the next 10 years. Because I understood it the way you understood it, and that was that if we collect an impact fee for a new development in a capital improvement project, then the city would have to match whatever that is, whether it, and it might not do the whole project, but we would, the city would have to have some money in the game when we do that. Now, I understand the credit part of it, that as a developer, if you choose to just go ahead and build the roadway, you can do that, and you get a credit for any impact fees that you might have owed. That one's pretty easy. But it does concern me that the only ways that we have to pay, we could pay from gateway funds, but we've already heard today, and you weren't here for the work session, that's not a real good possibility currently. Certainly, it could come from the general fund, and we all know general fund is property tax and sales tax, or bonds, borrow money. And I guess what struck me after the last meeting was, yes, as a developer builder, you pay your impact fee, but the city still has, in my thought process, has to match it. And that may come from property tax, which is paid by 100% of our citizens who own property in the city. So there is still, under that concept, there's still the concept that all of the city is paying for projects in other service areas, okay? And that's what got me to thinking again and being a little bit concerned about it. It also concerned me that the Impact Fee Committee had spent the time they spent to come up with what they'd come up with, and we kind of did part of it and didn't do part of it. I don't know that we were in a better position than you were, but that's kind of what we did. I'm just concerned about our ability to go forward with this, given our current situation that we're in currently, with what the legislature did at the last session, and God knows what they'll do at the next one. So that's kind of where I got to. And every carve-out that we do on an area, for example, G&H, we get nothing because there is nothing to do there. C and D, as I understand it, from the consultants, they did find that there are projects to be done there. And I assume your committee did that too. Did you all agree with that?
Yes, so the capital improvement plan comes from work that's done by city staff, and then the staff compiles that with the information within the work that they do. And so, yes, in any of the roadway service areas that we have, except for G and H, and the reason we suggested setting those at 0 is because the incremental collection was so small, because there was only one project, that the city staff would have been spending time to collect a $40 impact fee, literally. Right. And so we felt that the city was going to spend $200 of staff time to collect a $40. It didn't make sense. So that's why we recommended those be set at 0. The other roadway service areas all have projects and all have varying amounts of maximum impact fee collections. The reason they vary is because of the anticipated projects. And so in the areas where there are more anticipated projects. And so when you divide that out, it's a bigger number, and vice versa.
But there are projects in C and D.
Yes.
And if you collect no impact fees, then you're in a position where you're probably not going to get the project done. Because there are going to be others who have impact fees paid in that we've got to move forward within that 10-year period or pay it back. Is that correct?
Mrs. Joy, the only way I know to answer your question right now is that I don't know, based on what's been said tonight. I had certainly extensive comments prepared. I was going to show the mayor that I prepared my comments tonight, but I did condense them. I thought you'd appreciate that.
Okay. Brevity's, in my opinion, brevity's very close to godliness. So thank you, Mr. Payne.
Well, I didn't get all the way there,
Well,
but I'm
since
trying.
we're sitting here waiting on this issue that came up tonight, go ahead and make your comments, because I think as the chairman of the SEAC committee, you know more about this than I do. I can't speak for the rest of these people, but than I do. So go ahead and tell us.
I'll try to be brief.
Okay.
Mayor, I want to share with you first that little shot you took at me in the audience. After the last year, I didn't even notice what you said.
So you're getting close. You're getting close to where you may have a really soft moment one day and decide to run for office. You're
highly unlikely.
Sorry, Mr. Payne.
No, it's quite all right. So I do have some comments that I prepared, and I'm going to make them subject to taking them all back in a minute, maybe.
Before you start, just give me a second. Let's see if I can get a status on this real quick.
Yes, sir.
Bear with me.
I will share with y'all, this has been one of the more interesting adventures of my life. Well, I can't fairly call it a job, but I do look at it that way. Yes, I know you do.
Mr. Payne, if it's okay with you, and council, if it's okay with you, we'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
We'll come back at 7:15.
Thank you.
Okay, 7:45, Lubbock City Council will come back to order. We're back from our recess. I think the question that we had going into the recess was regarding what has been, I think, what we've taken as a given, and it was, I think the ordinance was silent on that, and that would be that once the impact fee was collected, we needed to better identify what the city's side of the deal was. So Ms. Leisure and Mr. Satterwhite are working on an amendment which we will consider last. I think there's maybe, we got one amendment on the floor, we might have others, but it would say something along the lines of the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of projects funded by collected impact fees, something along those lines. We'll see how it comes out, but it would be, it would tie us to our side of the deal, which I think has been our consideration all along. So Mr. Payne was making some comments. I think it's probably appropriate to hear those. Then I think we need to consider Ms. Patterson Harris's amendment. See what's after that. So, Mr. Payne.
Mayor, I'm going to, back to your comment about brevity, I'm going to omit certain comments that I was going to make, but I do want to touch on a couple of things. And what we're dealing with right now kind of illustrates this. This is not an uncomplicated subject. On the surface, it seems very simple, but the deeper you dig, the more complicated it gets. We still have no small number of people, including radio hosts in this city as recently as yesterday morning, saying things like, and I quote, "Why can't we just do things the way we've always done them?" Well, I want to make a formal response to that. If that concept held water, then I must be imagining everything that I have ever heard wherein we have citizens complaining about dirt roads that are not paved, Band-Aid projects like University Avenue to Woodrow Road, from Loop 88 to Woodrow Road, 98th Street from Milwaukee to Upland, that we can't afford to build correctly now, and we have to spend money building them in a temporary form to come back and fix them later. If the way we've always done things had worked and was working, the city of Lubbock wouldn't be $150 million upside down on roadway projects that need to be built today in all parts of the city. So clearly, the way we have done things has not worked. We've gotten by with it to today. The council, the mayor has taken a position for quite some time that we're going to do better. And I support the desire to do better. I do want to back up to the beginning of my comments because I think it's important. I omitted my typical opening thank you to all of our public servants, and I want to take a moment and say that because I said I'd never stand without saying it. I also want to thank everybody on the council. I have a newfound appreciation for the service y'all provide to the city and the challenge that you face in doing it. People should tell you thanks every day, but I'm here to tell you thanks today.
Thank you.
All of you. I also want to take one moment and talk about the committee. I've been privileged and proud to serve with fellow members of the SEAC committee. I want to take a moment and name them: Andy Bean, Katie Salter, Irene Cantu Franks, Shane Sawyer, Larry Bradley, Jonathan Hill. They have all been diligent and near perfect in their attendance and have done a lot of work to try to benefit the city. I'm concerned about the financial obligation that is created and the shift of it in changing from the recommendation from the SEAC committee. I'm here to advocate again for the recommendation of the committee. It is my job. And so I'm here to do that. And to ask the council to reconsider. It's my job to make that request. I do want to mention one other thing, and I think I'll stop there. I want to clarify a comment I made to the council at an earlier time, because I was quoted, and the quote was used to make it appear that I was saying something different from what I was intending to say. I made a statement that if growth paid for growth, impact fees would never have come into being. I should have inserted the words, if growth paid for growth as it occurred, impact fees would not have come into being. And I want to clarify and be clear. In the long run, growth more than pays for growth. There's ample evidence of that. Councilman Christian and Councilman Massengale's two districts serve more ad valorem taxes and sales taxes into the city coffers than the other four districts combined. If you removed those two areas, which are the newer growth areas, the city's financial condition would be substantially different and upside down compared to where it is today. So I just want to say very clearly that my position is that growth in the long run more than pays for growth and sustains the life of the city and the maintenance of all of the parts of the city to a disproportionate level. And that will continue to be the case. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Joy, I think Ms. Joy may have a question.
Well, I want to follow up with what you said, that growth pays for growth, because we got to that point where, we have the impact fee that will help pay for the project, but where the other funds would come from. And we didn't get far enough in that conversation to talk about where those other funds come from. And I think that's just what you did. And in that growth area that has developed, then we have additional property taxes and we have additional sales taxes. And so that's how you pay for it. It's not that we're using general fund dollars, but we could probably, if we did the math, we could probably figure out exactly how much comes back to that service area in dollars. And so I just wanted to get the other half of the piece, because we only got to the first part before all this kind of happened.
Yes, ma'am.
So
And I would mention that Mr. Holman did do a study at a point in time in the past that did pretty clearly reflect those numbers on a citywide basis.
that was during
So
the
that
annexation.
information is out there.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that that's all I have for him. I do have something else to say.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Payne before he?
Runs
Okay.
for the hills.
Thank you, thank you, Thomas. Okay, Ms. Joy, please continue.
What I want to say, and I know we haven't voted on this amendment, but one thing I really don't want to hear is that once we decide what that fee is going to be, I want everybody who's involved with this to understand that we can raise that fee or we can lower it. But what I don't want to hear is, well, see, I told you, they're going to raise it on us. I personally am not going to raise anything on anybody unless there is documentation and evidence to support it. And I think my fellow council people are the same way. But that's what we always hear. Well, they started it here, now they're going to raise it. Well, if it's raised, there will be a reason for it. So that's my final comment, regardless of where we end up.
Okay, thank you. We've got an amendment on the floor. I think our discussion should be, let's try to keep the discussion to Ms. Patterson-Harris's amendment. So I think that's appropriate right now that we handle it. So that amendment would offer 100% discount in C and D for everything except industrial. That's a fair way to say it? Okay. Other discussion on that? Mr. Christian, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of, this pause was really good for me to think about that, is that over the weeks and actually months that we've discussed on impact fees, there's been an ongoing theme here that this is kind of a work in progress, the entire process of impact fees, that the next council could change these all up, is Ms. Joy has mentioned it too. So, and we have come to that point of 50% discount for those builders and developers that are primarily in my district and Mr. Massengale's district, let's be honest about that. And if Ms. Patterson-Harris thinks that going to zero in those areas that are primarily and probably completely in her district, I wouldn't be opposed to giving it a try just because that's what she would like to do. And I think we need to support each other on the council. Remain everything, leave everything else the same, but support her amendment, but not for in perpetuity. Maybe we leave it at zero for 2 years, maybe 18 months or such. Then we come back to see if there was any positive impact in those areas. I just feel like that we need to, if that's what she thinks it might work, that I would support that. And I know there's going to be an argument that, well, where does the money come from? Well, we're back to square one, basically, how we're funding those things right now. But there's also some infrastructure already in place over there as far as water and wastewater, isn't there? So I think that it's something that we should consider, at least, but not make it. We did a moratorium on water and wastewater in other areas. I would be in support of Ms. Patterson-Harris's amendment. See if it works.
Okay, so let me take the other side of that. You collect no dollars for impact fees. The city has no obligation for those projects. You do collect impact fees in other parts of the city. You have an obligation. In fact, with the way we're looking at the discount, you have for every dollar you collect, you have a $3 requirement in 10 years. I just think unfortunately, I think it puts you back in the similar situation to where we are today. There's nothing that says on a deal-by-deal basis, if something came to us, came through planning, it was an opportunity for a part of C or D, or for that matter, A, in an area that we felt like needed particularly infill development where we already had infrastructure in place, where we could, I know it's got to be new development, so there's not that many opportunities for that, but there are some, and I think the council would be open to participating on both sides of that. In other words, paying both our part of the impact fees and waiving the impact fees for a specific a deal or deals. There's a number of ways we could get at that, but I know optically it looks like it lowers cost, and it very well may upfront lower costs, but I think that long-term, it might have a negative impact. So that's my, and that's sort of the same, that's the same argument with coming off of the recommendations the SEAC made. It's just, we didn't come all the way off of it. We came to a certain extent, which is what I think Mr. Payne's point was earlier. Ms. Patterson-Harris.
I was just going to reiterate the fact that while 2040 is not something that forces us to do anything, it was a part of the recommendation. And I appreciate Mr. Christian saying, let's give it a shot. At this moment, we don't have, if I can say it this way, the big boys doing the building. It's a slow build that's happening well for that area. And it's happening in areas, as Mr. Christian stated, where there is infrastructure, where those things are in place. And I would hate for the impact fees to impact those things that are happening, but I would love for the absence of them to continue to encourage some of the building that is taking place at this time.
Ms. Joy?
We need to remember that capital improvement plan dictates whether or not we can have an impact fee on a project. Individual building of houses in certain areas will not qualify as a development under the definitions that are in here. And I agree that no impact fees doesn't help C&D. It may ultimately hurt them. And so I think we need to stay with what we've got and move forward. I need to point out just what you said. Subparagraph E under 41.05.002 is the language we inserted at the last meeting that says the City of Lubbock may spend funds from any lawful source to pay for all or part of the capital improvements or facility expansions to reduce the amount of impact fees. That's exactly what the mayor was talking about, and that's in the statute, so it's not something that the city dreamed up. It's in the statute, and we wanted it included in the ordinance so that it was open and obvious to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm concerned that if we left C&D without impact fees, that they'd be at a disadvantage. I don't think we can put C&D in the same bucket as G&H. C&D has a lot of opportunity for development. And if there was something, for example, if there were a development or some type of project on the East Loop, you'd want the availability of the impact fees to be able to help with the infrastructure. And so I support leaving the impact fees in for C&D.
Anything else on that? Okay, we'll call a question on that, on the amendment. So the amendment is to in areas C and D to do 100% discount on everything except industrial properties. There's a motion and a second on that amendment. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. Aye. Okay, that's Mr. Christian, Mr. Chidas, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Okay. Those opposed, also by the same token, aye.
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 That was Mr. Griffith.
There he is.
Okay, I could see him vote.
Okay.
Mr. Griffith, Ms. Joy, Mr. Massengill, Mr. Pope, that the motion fails 4-3, or 3-4, I guess. Okay, I'll open the floor. I think there's potentially other amendments. I'll open the floor for amendments.
Mayor.
Steve's got a...
Yes, sir. Mr. Massengill.
So this refers back to our discussion earlier about how holds the city accountable for their share of the projects. I move to amend Article 41.03 on page 8 by adding section 41.03.004 entitled City Contribution on Projects Subject to Impact Fees, which shall state, the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of projects funded with collected impact fees.
So that's page 8 in the ordinance itself, Mr. Massengill?
Yes.
Okay, and go back, read that one more time, please.
All right. I move to amend Article 41.03 on page 8 by adding a section which would be 41.03.004 entitled City Contribution on Projects Subject to Impact Fees, which shall state, the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of projects funded with collected impact fees.
Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a second for Mr. Griffith. Okay, so let's have discussion on that. Mr. Massengill, you want to elaborate on that?
Well, I think this still just goes back to the concern created in the discussion between Mr. Payne and Mr. Atkinson to ensure that the city puts up the 75 cents of every dollar for each project. And we might have, I know this has got some legalese in it, we might have the city attorney explain some of that in plain English.
Ms.
Mayor?
Leisure, would you come up, please?
Yes, sir. And one thing, I just have to acknowledge the numbering system's wrong in that section.
Yeah, I
So
saw
that's
that.
something I'll have to correct.
Yeah, I can tell that.
So the concern here, as Mr. Payne, sorry, I just completely lost his name, was about making sure that the city did utilize the remaining percentage of the project funds to complete a project that's subject to the impact fees, rather than a project being fully funded by impact fees.
We lost our leader.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ms. Leisure, I'm sorry.
Sure, the intent of this provision is to make sure that the city or to ensure that the city is committing itself to paying the difference of the cost of a project that's subject to impact fees, so that it's not just fully funded by impact fees collected in a service unit. Rather, the city is going to match the cost of its responsibility, what's left and remaining after the impact fee has been paid.
Okay, which has been implied in our discussions, I think.
Yeah, I don't think that provision can be interpreted lots of different ways. I thought that the issue we got hung up on was that if an impact fee is paid and along comes a project, the city could just use the impact fee and defer the city's part of it until a later time. That's what I understood that to be, that it's not a true match. And the language you just read to me doesn't tell me that. It just says that, okay, we get an impact fee and then we have to pay our part of it at the end or somewhere. But that doesn't address the issue that I heard earlier. Sorry, but it just doesn't.
Mayor?
In other words, what we should be saying is that if an impact fee is paid, then the city matches that impact fee if it's going to do a project. That you can't just use the impact fee and do a little bit of it and leave the rest of it until later. Or at least that's what I heard, so.
Right, and I think that that's the intent of the phrase, the cost delta, is that, say, a project is $1 million and we collect $250,000 of an impact fee, then it's committing the city to that remaining $750,000 to complete that project.
I think the statute already spoke to that. That's not what I heard when we got into this discussion was that the city could use just the impact fee on a project and not do anything at that time.
That's
Right.
correct.
And
That's
they're-
what the statute does allow. What this is doing is putting a provision that's, in
Okay,
it.
now, back up, you just said that the statute allows us just to use the impact fee on a project and not put any money into it?
Right, so the requirement under the state law is to utilize the impact fees collected within a service area. It doesn't require the city to utilize it on any specific project.
It still doesn't get us to where I thought we were. I understand it's in a service area, got that. They pay an impact fee. And that project, we go ahead and start it and only use the impact fee.
We are not committed to start the project that impact fee was paid on, just because they paid an impact fee.
Okay. Okay. And it doesn't matter what project it's on, but we've collected an impact fee. Now, will we be able to start a project and just use those dollars and let it go as far as those dollars will go without any contribution by the city?
Yes. That's the operation of the law. But here, the request was to add an additional provision that would require the city to contribute its matching funds.
I guess we need to ask the chairman of the SEAC committee his thoughts on whether he thinks that accomplishes. Thomas, are you still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does that language that's been proposed take care of your concerns that we had before we broke for a recess?
Councilwoman Joy, the only way I know to answer that question is to start out by saying that we all suddenly find ourselves lurched into a difficult situation. That language, in fact, I believe addresses the issue as to the life of this council. But it's my understanding that this council cannot bind future councils, and at least to the extent of this issue. And if that's correct, then it only addresses it to the extent of the life of this council, and it would not address it after that. And let me add, I don't think there's a way this council can do that. And so it would seem to me that the only two choices this council has at this time are to proceed as best they can in the circumstances we have, or to not proceed at all and to go back to the SEAC committee for a recommendation. I don't see that there's any choice in between those two. And I respect the need of the council to make a decision on that. I don't know how
Mr.
to
Payne?
answer that question better.
Well, it kind of reminds me of I really meant to say no.
Well, so let me be clear. Yes, it does address it to the extent of the life of this council. No, it does not address my concern beyond the life of this council.
But those concerns would persist for anything we do, right? About the life of the council.
Mayor, that's correct. The
Okay.
only
I just wanna make
implication
sure.
is
Yeah.
what the recommendation
Yeah,
of the
okay.
SEAC committee would have been had this been presented to them
Sure.
correctly.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Payne,
Will you, hey,
just for verification.
Mr. Griffith, can you turn your volume up a little bit, please?
Can you hear me better now?
Bear with just for 1 minute, make sure we get
Is
you.
that better? Can you hear me better now?
Okay, Mr. Griffith, Mr. Griffith, try it again.
Okay, can you hear me now, Thomas?
No, we still can't.
You cannot. Okay. My questions begin with, the SEAC never heard about this component in your entire findings.
Jeff, hold on. Mayor Pro Tem, hold on just a minute. We can't hear you.
Mayor, I can help you. He asked if the SEAC committee ever heard of this issue before. He was asking for confirmation of that, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the answer to that question is that, no, the SEAC committee not only did not hear this, it heard diametrically the opposite of this. It was represented at the committee many times, that state law required the matching, that it required either the minimum 50% matching, or if the city wanted to take a study to evaluate what the numbers should be, they could do that, or they could set it at the 50%. But this is the first time the idea of only spending the impact fee component and the city being essentially relieved of the requirement to match it, that's not anything that we ever, it was never discussed at all. And I think the first time anybody heard about that was in the last week and a half, from what I understand. So it wasn't just the committee. So bear in mind, there were many work sessions with the consultants, and I don't believe the council ever heard anything from them about what's been discussed tonight either.
Can you hear me now?
Much
Yes.
better, yes. Thank you.
Thank y'all. You know, who's to say there's not a project that in 7 years in a certain service area that does has enough funding mechanism to do a roadway project? To your point, I don't think that you can't hold future councils to this part of this amendment. Am I correct? Mr. Satterwhite?
That's a correct statement. This is an amendment to an ordinance which would remain in place, but subject to future council's actions to amend it, repeal it, whatever they care to do.
Mr. Payne, you have every 6 months, and I applaud what your committee has done. You guys have been fantastic. Every 6 months, you're going to get back together and reassess positions, maybe service areas, needs, and bring new recommendations forward, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I mean, to me, that's the one thing we've got going for us, regardless of how we go forward, is that your committee is going to be on top of this for a long time. So if there's a hiccup in the plan, and that's the reason I've told you before, last week even, about I felt like it needed to be fair, it needed to be very, I hate to use the term baby steps, but that we didn't need to go all in, and that's why I made the amendment I did previously. But the main thing is that we have this mechanism every 6 months with you and very, very smart members of our community that you've amassed together to reassess it. I think that's the ace in the bullpen, you might say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. We appreciate that. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Payne.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chattis. Juan.
I've got a question, Mr. Payne, or maybe Ms. Leisure, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I quite heard this correctly, but we collect impact fees, I'll use area section B. And it's a, let's say, arbitrary number, $2 million for the project. And they're responsible for 25%. I say they, the district or the zone is responsible for 25%. Where does the other 75% come from? How does this project get completed if the city bears no, and this is where I'm having the question, do we not bear a responsibility for the other 75?
Yes, let's let Mr. Atkinson answer that question.
Excellent question, council member. And the amendment that's before you from Councilman Massengale solidifies and creates that obligation, or creates and solidifies that obligation. So in your example, if there were $500,000 of impact fees collected, the next project on the list was a $2 million project. This is the 25% deal. The city is now on the hook, no wiggle, for $1.5 million. And Mr. Payne's entirely correct. That has been the discussion all along. It's apparently not in that state statute. But this is being created now. You are putting yourself under that greater obligation. Some could argue a more fair obligation. But this would create the city funding. It doesn't create the dollar, it creates the obligation. Let me rephrase that.
So let me take it a step further then, if you will. Let's say, same project, section, or the area E now. So the entire city is responsible for the outstanding balance, correct?
Correct. That's 100% correct. And today, the city, the balance of the city is on the hook for 100% of the cost, rather than 75 in our example.
Okay. And that's where I'm having some type of a problem. The construction or the impact fees are being generated, and I'm singling out just an area arbitrarily. But the lower income neighborhoods, the lower income areas are still responsible for paying for the more affluent areas, which is where we are at this point, where it seems to be the argument with my constituents. We're paying for something that's happening somewhere else, but we're not reaping any of the rewards. Good or bad argument, but it's a question that's out there. Nothing has changed. We're still paying for something that has no impact in my neighborhood or in my district or in my zone. Granted, the argument, yeah, but you drive down our streets. Understood. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Yeah, and the only answer that I would have to that is today, if a project that's development related is put in by the city, 100% of that cost is borne by all residents.
Yeah.
Under this, it is somewhat less.
Understood. Well, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Mr. Chidis. Ms. Joy.
we're ignoring the fact that the development increases the amount of property tax for that area and sales tax for that area. That's the other side of the equation.
Mr. Chidis.
Thank you. I understand that portion of your argument. But the fact is that the areas that are most impacted are the people that are on fixed incomes. That are, but my constituents, the phone calls that I answer are the people that are making $800-900 a month. It's still an impact, be it whatever you might want to call it. When you're making that kind of money, it's impactful. More of an impact. of someone that's, I don't like to throw out numbers, but somebody that's making six figures. It's a larger impact. And that's what I'm having trouble with. The areas B, C, and D continue to pay for something that's happening on southwest, which is what's happening right now.
What are you gonna do with the increased taxes, property taxes, and increased sales tax from those areas?
Well, if you have nothing developing in, for example, Guadalupe neighborhood, it's fully, it's fully up. I mean, there's no need for impact fees there because the roads, there's no new developments going in there in the near future. So actually, they'll be paying for something that has no impact in their neighborhood, in our neighborhood. Unless I'm seeing something, unless I'm missing something here. I don't see it. I mean, the impact fees in that little neighborhood, there's no new developments going on there.
And Guadalupe is a good example. There's the new multifamily going in, but that's pretty much the last piece of property.
Yes, but now we're landlocked because there's nothing else. There's no properties at that point.
And certainly, absolutely, the Guadalupe residents participate in their portion of a city property tax or whatever it may be. If there's no development, there's no impact fee being paid, if that's one of the questions.
But the question is, the other 75, the outstanding balance,
Right.
they're still responsible for
For-
which they are anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And of
Yeah,
course,
today they're still responsible.
as the cities, be it the taxable value or the sales tax value of the city, as that increases, and it really can only increase on growth. One consumer consumes what one consumer does. But as that general tide rises across the entirety of the city, not only does that help pay back that 75% that everybody would have participated in, it makes the dollars available for the city to do, what it does through street maintenance and parks and police and all those other things. I think Mr. Payne's point about does development pay for development? It does, but it pays it back over time. And there comes a point when that development has paid the city piece of it back, and everything else that's coming in is to the benefit of the community as a whole. Maybe is a way to say that. And Mr. Mayor, I may have noticed Mayor Pro Tem was trying to get our attention. I would be incorrect.
Mr. Christian.
Well, I just wanted to follow up with what Mr. Atkinson was saying, and I know it's a very complex and it's very hard to explain, but it truly is, regardless of what district or what impact fee zone where development happens, when we can turn a piece of dirt into a sales tax and a property tax generator, regardless of where it is in the city, it's going to benefit everyone. That's not the perfect answer when we're talking about where, the impact fees, portion of the impact fees that we have to make up, yes, is going to come from other parts of the district, of the city. But at the end of the day, anytime we can have a chance to increase sales tax and property taxes anywhere, I know I'm repeating myself, but it is going to benefit everybody. But I know that's not the answer you want, but it is an answer that is accurate as well.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. What's that? Excuse me, we have an amendment on the floor. It's been, that, Mr. Massico, would you restate that amendment, please?
Yes, sir. I move to amend Article 41.03 on page 8 by adding section 41.03.004 entitled City Contribution on Projects Subject to Impact Fees, which shall state, the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of projects funded with the collected impact fees. I guess if I were now to try to explain that in plain English, is that clears up any type of doubt that the city was not on the hook for 75% of the dollar for the infrastructure project.
Okay, so let me play devil's advocate for a second.
Okay.
So we collect 25 cents from the developer, and we think we're going to be in for 75 cents, but the way that's written, if it ended up costing $1.50, we'd be in for $1.25.
I think it's possible, the way that's worded. Would it help and stay within the expectation if it was something that the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of an approved project? I added that word. It doesn't have to be there. A project funded by collected impact fees in an amount ratable to the amount of impact fees collected by service area, because potentially you have them at different rates, and I really think that ties you back to the common example of the 25%, 75%.
I'd feel more comfortable with that myself. I think I also like the fact that it ties it back to the area also. Just even though I think that's somewhere else in there. So
I didn't get a chance to write all that down.
why don't you?
Let's work on that.
So Mr. Massingale's going to amend his amendment.
Mayor?
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, sir. I understand that there's amendment to the amendment. Does this particular component have to be decided tonight? This is a huge part of it that we've just come to light in the past, past few weeks. So my concern is, are we rushing that part of it?
Well, how would we consider the rest of the ordinance without considering that piece, Mr. Griffith?
Can you not start with what we've already approved in first read? Does this have to be done tonight on the city's funding component? Does that part of this have to be done tonight?
I guess we could come back and consider amending an ordinance we just had passed at our next meeting. Mr. Satterwhite?
I suppose you could. There may be a public hearing element to that, but in answer to the question, you are on second reading, and so this would be a final consideration of the ordinance as the council may wish to amend it tonight or leave it alone. But this would be a final consideration culminating what you've had up to this point.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes, sir.
Does that include, this other funding mechanism, the city's component of this part of it? We were going along without this being even a topic.
I believe that's right. Kelly, you may want to weigh in on this as well. It did present itself tonight, I think, in the last week, maybe for the first time, as far as I know.
Yes, I think it's because of some of the discussion brought out this point and this concern that now we're placing this item or placing this in the ordinance. So like Mitch said, if it's voted on and approved tonight, it would be a part of the final ordinance. Otherwise, we would have to reconsider the ordinance in its entirety, Or I suppose there could be a postponement of the second reading until another meeting.
We are under a deadline, though, correct?
Yes, the 30-day deadline. That's a good point.
To act on it from the public hearing when it closed.
Yes,
Yeah, which was October 6th.
So that'd be a consideration for you.
that's a really good point.
Mr. Massagill, do you want to withdraw your First Amendment or modify it? How would you like to handle this?
I'd like to modify that if you don't mind. I'll read this again.
Okay.
With my modification.
Okay.
I move to amend Article 41.03 on page 8 by adding section 41.03.004 entitled City's Contribution on Projects Subject to Impact Fees, which shall state, the city shall be responsible for the cost delta of an approved project funded by collected impact fees in an amount ratable to the amount of impact fees collected by the service area.
Okay, so that's a new amendment,
Okay.
okay? Is there Mr. Griffith, will you accept that as that amendment?
That very vague amendment, yes, I accept.
Say that one more time?
That very vague amendment, yes, I accept.
Okay. The guy that seconded it called it vague, I think. Is that what I heard?
Yes, I did.
wasn't vague on that. I wasn't vague on his second.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been sitting over here red for a while.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to kind of weigh in with Mr. Chattis. And it becomes a concern. I guess if you don't have some of the issues to deal with in some of the other districts or some of the areas, then it is not something that comes to mind. So even if someone has to contribute in any fashion, if it goes into general fund, it doesn't matter how much it is. What someone pays is no more important than what someone with a lot of cash flow is no more important than someone that pays very little. The fact that they're putting in makes it a big deal. And if their bid that's being put in is having to make up that whatever percentage, then that means that they're paying for it. And so I believe that's what Mr. Chattis' concern is. That's my concern, and that was my concern last time, is it doesn't matter what pot it's coming from. The fact that someone has contributed to that pot and what's in that pot is going someplace other than where they are, then it causes feelings and causes concerns and a feeling that you're having to take care of something for someone else. Especially when you add to that the fact that some of the things that are in your area are not being taken care of for that reason. So that's the concern. And I believe that's your concern, Mr. Chattis. And if I'm wrong, please tell me. I don't mind. I'll step back if I'm wrong. But that's a huge issue. And if it's not something you've had to deal with, then you don't know. Miss Mary's little money, if she has to pay 2 pennies to it, she's doing that. Anyway, I just felt the need to chime in with Mr. Chattis because I think sometimes that very thing goes unnoticed in this chamber. I think that very thing gets stepped over in this chamber. And I think it's important that when we're deciding whatever it is, that we always bear that in mind. That every citizen in this city, whatever part it is, it's their cotton-picking part. And it should have just as much weight as anybody else's.
Your point's well made, but here's the thing that I think we're missing. Every impact fee dollar we collect, regardless of where we collect it, is a dollar that we didn't have before. So that impacts every citizen. Regardless of fixed income, billionaire. It affects everybody. So what am I missing there?
I'm not complaining at you, but I'm saying, I hear people saying that no, do you know how much ad valorem that this area over here is bringing in?
That's not what I'm arguing. That's not my argument. I'm not talking about, I'm not mentioning sales tax or ad valorem, which I think those should be on the table if we're gonna have a full discussion. But $1 of impact fees collected anywhere in town offsets that dollar that we all in community, hence we talk about living in a community, would offset what we as a community would have to pay.
And Mr. Mayor, it may not have been you that made the statement, but it has come up a couple times here this evening. We're reminded of what someone else is bringing to the city in that fashion. And all I'm saying is that we need to bear in mind that and not pit one being more important than the other, whatever it is. Because if someone's paying 50 cents, if the developer is paying 50 cents, there's still 50 cents that needs to be paid. And it comes from the pot of this city, or however many pots that there are. And I don't think I'm off on that, but I wanted to support Mr. Chattis in what he was saying, and that was his concern.
Fair enough.
And that's a valid concern, and I just would that we not skip over that.
Fair enough. Ms. Joy.
Well, I think some assumptions are made about other districts, about the people who live in those districts. We all have segments of our population in our districts that may not make as much as the next one. So I don't like to talk about that we have certain areas of town that this is an issue. It's an issue all over the city. And it's been brought out during this pandemic as much as it can be. I'm the one who mentioned that when we do these projects, it follows the growth pattern, and the growth encourages growth. I'm the one who said, I understand that the city's going to have to pick up that 75% on those approved capital improvement projects. But we also have to give credit to the fact that those projects will generate additional property tax and sales tax. And that's true for any service area. That doesn't have anything to do with who's paying a little bit or a lot. That's just a fact. And you can prove that if you want to take the Milwaukee project and follow those dollars. And once that project is paid for, they continue to pay and they continue to collect sales tax, which goes to the benefit of the entire community. I don't know how much simpler to make that.
Okay, let's get back to the. I think we're having more of a discussion about the overall impact fees. Let's get back to Mr. Massingale's amendment. Basically, the amendment puts in writing what I think the SEAC had been considering all along, which ties the city to our ratable portion to be spent in that the defined service area. Okay. Is there further discussion on that? Mr. Griffith, you called it vague. You want to elaborate?
No, Mayor, I'm good, and I understand this is a very serious topic for all of us on this council. And I'd like to make one statement. I know we're about to probably headed to a vote. We are one city. And tax dollars, whether it's property tax or sales tax, works for the good of our entire city. And I understand that some areas feel slighted. I actually have the smallest district, the lowest sales tax. So I might be considered, I'm not a donor district. But I want you to know, y'all, that I appreciate the passion that this council has and that this is doing the right thing. this is really doing the right thing. And I know it's a hiccup tonight, but Mayor, I think that we're going the right direction right now.
Okay, we've got an amendment on the floor. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign. Motion carries 5-2. Okay, so now we've amended, the ordinance that's in front of us tonight has been successfully amended one time this evening. Council, are there other amendments for us to consider on this ordinance? Okay. We already have Mr. Satterwhite, we do have a motion, original motion, correct?
Yes, sir, you
On the
do.
floor. So we would need to go back now and consider the motion as amended.
Correct.
To approve the ordinance on the second read.
The question occurs on the amendment, the second reading of the amendment, second reading of the ordinance as amended.
That's correct. Okay. Let's make sure. And we did get an ordinance, we got a motion to begin the discussion. Okay. Now, any further discussion? I think we were having some of that discussion prior to, really was more pursuant to the overall ordinance than it was to Mr. Massengale's amendment, but certainly open to further discussion on this. Okay. Let's we'll do this by a raise of hands. We can't do the vote, use our voting app because Mr. Griffith can't use it remotely. So I'll ask everyone in favor of passing the ordinance that is item 713 as amended this evening on the second reading to please raise your right hand. Okay, I count 5. Those opposed by the same sign? I count 2. Motion carries 5-2. Okay, we're going to now go to item 714. It's on page 909. This is a ordinance from our public utilities or wastewater group. I wonder why Mr. Spear was here, and I think we know now. To begin consideration of this ordinance or this item, is there a motion? Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still struggling with
Mr. Atkinson, I can't see if you're on or not over here. You've got complete autonomy. Okay.
Wow. Now what should I do?
I can't even turn.
What I should do is address item 714, Mayor.
I can't even turn you off, please, if you would. That would be, I think, ideal.
Have Mr. Aubrey Spears here. Aubrey is going to walk us through some changes, some updates that we need regarding our wastewater ordinances. And it's going to be a great and exciting discussion, especially when he gets to the last line of the citations. So, Aubrey, if you would, please.
Okay. It is late. It is hopefully a short presentation, but the Industrial Waste Monitoring and Pretreatment Program, there are changes proposed under Chapter 2204 to our wastewater code, and I wanted to walk you through some of those, the background and why we've brought these changes to you. First of all, I wanted to briefly mention the types of wastewater. This is important for this discussion. We break them down into 3 different types: domestic, commercial, and industrial. Obviously, the domestic wastewater is what you find in typical residential activities. Commercial may be very similar because you have a lot of commercial facilities that don't have additional discharges other than what you would see from your residential. But definitely in the industrial segment where you have processes and you may have discharges of hazardous materials into the wastewater system, it becomes very different and more complex. Because all wastewater systems have limitations. Limitations on both the collection system and the wastewater treatment plant. The wastewater systems that are designed to treat most of what you would consider the residential and domestic sewage, but not the toxic pollutants that you might get from industrial and some commercial facilities. The regulatory solution that was developed in 1983 by the EPA, which then delegated that to the TCEQ, is the National Pre-Treatment Program, and then Texas created the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. We often refer to that as the TPDES. It was in 1989 that the city developed their first pretreatment ordinance in compliance with the federal and state regulations. So what is the purpose of this program? The program is to, one, protect the city's wastewater treatment plants. If there are discharges from industrial facilities that make it to our wastewater plant that could be toxic or hazardous to our biological systems, they won't work properly, and we could have violations for discharging wastewater that's not treated to the standards that our permit requires. We protect the wastewater collection system. Now, this is where often, sometimes the most, I guess, prevalent issue that you may see us deal with is what we call sanitary sewer system overflows, or SSOs, we call them, where we have fats, oils, and greases that clog up your lines, both in the service lines, but of course, more importantly, is when they're in our mains, and then it backs up into people's homes or into the businesses and causes a lot of problems. The other one is it protects the citizens and our city employees. We don't need toxics and hazards being discharged or we don't need to be dealing with those. And then in a bigger picture, the less toxic and hazardous wastewater we have in our system, the more we set ourselves up in the future for reuse, not having to take those out with advanced treatment. So I think an important question is who are our customers that are regulated? There are two groups: permitted industries and non-permitted businesses. It becomes very important. The permitted industries are defined by federal and state regulations, and therefore we carry that over into this ordinance. Now, before we haven't even talked about the changes yet. This is the current ordinance without the changes. These permitted industries are either significant non-categorical industrial users or significant categorical industrial users. All that really we need to know is that they're defined by federal and state law as to how they fall into that category, and therefore we had to treat them differently than the non-permitted businesses. The non-permitted businesses are the ones that have processed discharges. Some examples: you've got your restaurants, your car washes, your laundromats, and even dental facilities. So how many businesses are actually regulated? I think this is very important. The permitted industries in the city of Lubbock, there are 12 that meet the federal and state regulations, and that we currently have to regulate them under a permitted program. there are approximately 2,000 non-permitted businesses that are the restaurants and those that I listed in the previous slide. And that's out of a total of, by reference, our total water connections is over 91,000 connections. And we have a little over 6,000 commercial businesses in the city of Lubbock that discharge into our wastewater system. So we're talking about roughly 1/3 of all of the commercial businesses that are either permitted or non-permitted industries that are affected by this ordinance. So how do we regulate permitted industries? Those 12 industries, the city reviews and approves discharge permits. They have to apply for a permit with the city. In that permit, we set discharge limits based on their unique processes and what they might discharge. We have certain sampling requirements, industrial inspections that we have to periodically perform. They have to send in monthly reports and a slug discharge plan. Basically, a slug discharge plan is an emergency plan if they find that they're discharging something outside of their permit. How are they going to handle that and get back into compliance? Now, the non-permitted industries, and this is the permitted industries may have some of the very similar things that we regulate as the non-permitted, but they're more stringent and they have to go through a permitting process. The non-permitted industries, such as your restaurants, we have periodic industrial inspections. We sample periodically in order to calculate, as what you have grown to understand, is a surcharge billing, where if they have over 250 milligrams per liter of TSS, total suspended solids, sorry, or the BOD, biological oxygen demand, or the fats, oils, and greases, the 250 of any of those, then there's a surcharge that's calculated on them. That's an incentive for them to pre-treat and not discharge more than that into our system, because if they do, we're handling it on the backside, and that's very costly for us. Also, we have this sampling that we do to make sure that fats, oils, and greases, the pre-treatment requirements are in compliance, and sampling for other suspect pollutants if their specific process deems it necessary. And then we always look at their pre-treatment operations periodically to make sure that it's operating the way it should. So that's where we are today. Now the history of the proposed changes. In 2005, the EPA and the TCEQ developed new, what they call streamlining rules. It's really interesting. When the government streamlines things, it adds. So I don't know how that works, but for the pretreatment programs. In 2015, the city was required to submit proposed changes to the TCEQ for their approval and then your approval. As you can see, it wasn't until July of 2020, 5 years, that they were reviewing our proposed changes. And then they provided comments and authorization for us to bring this to the council. So what are those proposed changes for the permitted industries? Well, one, the businesses must develop and follow best management practices. Is this different than what we're doing currently? Not really. They still have best management practices, but now we're required to inspect their permits and make sure that they're following the best management practices in their industry. They have to develop and follow a slug discharge plan instead of a slug load plan. What is the difference? I think it's just a difference in the name. It's odd, but in reality, they're the same thing. There are a few additional items that they have to include in that plan, and we inspect it to make sure that it's in place in case of that emergency so that they can get back into compliance. And then there are some clarifications on notification requirements for discharges of significant changes to their process. If they suddenly find themselves out of compliance, they have to notify us immediately so that we can help them get back into compliance. And there are some clarifications on the sampling techniques, the record retention, and the report submission. For example, we now are required to have them keep on record all of the records that they have regarding their processes for 3 years. So there's a number tied to it. Now, there's a few other things included in this. Now, remember, this is the permitted industries we're talking about, the 12 industries here in Lubbock that fall under that category. There's some clarification in the ordinance on the city's legal authority. This is required by federal and state law that in our ordinance, we clarify that we have the authority to fine and enforce this ordinance. Not that we didn't already have that authority, but there is certain language that they required. Now, the one thing that they do require that we did not have in the ordinance is that there has to be a minimum threshold of what those fines for noncompliance will be. And that's at least $1,000 per day, which is in the ordinance. And then there are some added publication guidelines for if they're significantly not in compliance. Basically, we have to notify, and we have to do that today in the newspaper, if someone is significantly out of compliance, certain violations. The EPA, TCEQ wants the public to be notified. We have had, each year, maybe 2 or 3 notifications from time to time on that. But there are some new guidelines on what constitutes that trigger for us to notify or put into the newspaper. I would like to, before I leave the permitted, this one page on permitted industries, we work very diligently with all of our commercial customers to make sure they're in compliance. We work closely with them. Our goal is to educate them on all of our different water compliance, regardless of whether it's this program or water conservation or backflow protection or whatever it is. And our goal is to get compliance. It's not to be punitive with them. And to date, I can say safely, we do not have any that are in a situation where we might have to levy a fine. Most all of our businesses work very closely with us, and when we come to them and they are out of compliance, they work quickly to get back into compliance. And so we feel very comfortable with that this part of the ordinance, our hopes are, will not have to be exercised. For the non-permitted industries, those are the 2,000, the restaurants and car washes and so forth. The only thing that we have that is different for them is that it requires them to not obstruct their pretreatment facilities, the sampling ports, the grease traps, and so forth, because sometimes they put things on top of them so we can't get to them. And this requires them to remove those. The rest of what has changed for those 2,000 commercial customers is a very positive thing. And that is the fats, oils, and grease regulations, which includes grit and oil that has to be separated for your car washes and other type facilities. We have found during this process that we could move all of that out of the regulation that the TCEQ scrutinizes and actually has to approve before we make changes to, and move them into a whole new section so that those 2,000 businesses, we have some more flexibility in our fats, oils, and grease program, and allows us to kind of do what works best for us here locally, and not have as much, when we do need to change it, we don't have to go back to the TCEQ as long as we fall within the current rules and regulations. So it's a very positive thing for them. With that is your overview of what we're doing with this ordinance.
Great way to end the evening.
You know, Aubrey, I just thought that fog was what we experienced this morning early until I read through this, and now I have a completely new appreciation. Mr. Atkinson and I were talking about this yesterday about fog, fats, oils, and greases. Yes.
I could show you some samples.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I think Mr. Childis has a comment. Mr. Childis?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Aubrey. You said there's 12 industrials?
Yes.
Licensed, permitted here in Lubbock?
Those that are what we call categorical. They fall within the federal and state, and now our ordinance too, the category where they have to be more stringently permitted than the other businesses because of what type of processes they're involved in. And to give you an example, industrial launderers, frozen specialties, processing, electric services, that would include our the Cook and Massengill LP&L plants. They're on that list that they have to do all this, which they do. I can, if you don't mind, I can give you a few of those, the names.
That's okay.
Okay. But milk processing, some of those that really might use or discharge some things that are harmful and hazardous, not only to the collection system, but also the wastewater treatment plant and upset our biological facilities.
Of those, of those 12, do any of those 12, are they using carcinogens that you're aware of?
Anything that is when you get into carcinogens, you're usually looking at volatile organic compounds.
Yeah.
Benzenes, things like that.
Yeah, your BTX.
Those things, they would have to pre-treat for that and remove it before it got into our system. That would be very hazardous. It would destroy. I have seen wastewater treatment plants destroyed overnight where you could not treat because our treatment plants are biological. They're living organisms, and those type of things will destroy your plant.
For the public that's listening at this hour.
They're just getting warmed up, Juan.
We really got their attention
They
now.
came over from the top of the sixth in the sixth game of the World Series because that's 1-0. This is a lot more exciting. So,
when you're talking about biological, hurting the treatment plant, what are you referencing when you say, okay, we got carcinogens in your wastewater or in your treatment plant? It's going to affect your treatment, of course.
Correct.
But what is it affecting for the public?
Well, in your wastewater treatment plant, you're going to have
microbes.
Yeah, you're going to have the microbes. What the living organisms that we try to keep very happy in our plant do is they break down a lot of the contaminants and so forth that we get into our system so that, that when we discharge, they're relatively harmless. The water is stripping off, they're stripping off and eating a lot of the contaminants from the water so that the water is cleaner than when it went into our wastewater plant.
I'd like the punitive part about $1,000 a day. I wish TCEQ would adopt that. I've had some conversations with them, and I'm not going to go any further than that. But thank you, Aubrey, for enlightening us with what you guys are doing out there.
Thank you.
It's appreciated. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Ms. Patterson Harris.
Oh, I must have hit it by accident. I was.
Oh. I thought you wanted to go a little deeper into the benzene or something.
I have a question, but I will have to sit down and talk to you about it. I do have a question later.
Okay. All right. Anything else for Aubrey? Thank you very much. It's bad timing for you or bad positioning on the agenda. We're a little bit punchy after where we've been, but good work. Thanks for the update. I particularly like the presentation.
Always good to end your meeting with wastewater. So.
Well, no, we actually get to end it with natural gas. Okay. So we go wastewater then natural gas tonight. So.
They're all related.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, Aubrey. We appreciate it. Okay, council, is there a motion to begin consideration of item 714? Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, we had one on the floor, by the way, on this one.
We already have one on the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Massengale and Mr. Chattis.
Mr. Massengale, Mr. Chattis. Okay, we'll live with that one
Yeah,
then.
we'll live with
My
that
apologies. My apologies. I got caught in the fog. Okay, is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed by the same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now move to item 715 on our agenda tonight. This is a resolution. It comes from the city manager. Mr. Atkinson, do you want to give us a little background on this before we consider this?
Certainly, Mayor, I'll be brief. On August the 25th, 2020, the City Council had a similar item before you. That was West Texas Gas and their requested rate increase. You suspended that for 90 days. You hired the law firm of Herrera Law and Associates and approved our joining in a collaborative group with other cities. The item before you tonight is the same, but we will insert Atmos. So Atmos Gas has now filed for its full rate increase. We are asking you to suspend the effective date for 90 days. This allows us to attempt to work and see if we can mitigate that requested increase. We ask that you approve our participation in the alliance of the Atmos Texas municipalities. We are a small group. That is the city of Lubbock, Amarillo, Channing, and Dalhart. We are in a completely separate rate division. And with those three items, suspend for 90 days, join the alliance, and hire the law firm Herrera Law and Associates. I apologize, I used to be Herrera and Boyle. That will stop this, give us time to work. We'll either be back to you with a proposed settlement or ask you for a denial at the end of the 90 days, and it would go then to the Railroad Commission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Let's get a motion on this, and we can have some discussion.
Move for
Thank you, Ms.
approval.
Patterson Harris. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. I think Mr. Griffith tried to get in there, but you beat him, Mr. Chattis. Okay. Okay. Any discussion on this? I know Mr. Littlejohn is here from Atmos. He's been here patiently all night long. He'll have stories to tell tomorrow at the office, if nothing else. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to approve the resolution for item 715, please say aye. Aye. Opposed by that same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, I believe that finishes our business for the evening. Ms. Garza?
It does, thank you.
Mr. Satterwhite? Yes, sir. Okay, council, staff, thank you very much. Thanks for sticking with us, council. Nice work. It is it's 9:15. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. We are adjourned.